Hello, everyone. It's William here at Allegory Gallery. Oh, that's my juice. Thank you for joining us. I hope you are having an amazing, amazing day. I'm here at Star Cottage Studio. I just got here just a little bit ago. Andrew's been working hard here today, and right after work, I had to run. I ran and got him some coffee because he needed a jolt, and some food because neither one of us, I think, have eaten most of today. So I'm just kind of getting in and getting organized here a little bit. I've got my little cat. You know what? I'm gonna pin that up a little bit higher. I thought you'd be able to see it, but let's see here. Where you can see it there. Let's put it up here. I want people to see these. I was working on these today in the store. There we go. Look how cute he is, or she. It was modeled after Gertie. It's got big eyes. Y'all saw Gertie, I think, was it yesterday or the day before? So this is the Shadow Play creature pins that we showed in one live, but they never got shown anywhere else since then. I'm going to actually move it a little higher because I feel like I have to do this. It feels weird to put it up this high, but that's the only place y'all can see it. And there it is, my little buddy. So I was working on making more of these. We cut 10. We cut one of each of the different creatures in each of the different acrylics that we have. And this is the glow-in-the-dark one. And let me tell you, even if I go into a semi-light or dimly lit room, you can tell it's glowing. It's a really good glow acrylic. Hello, Andrew.
Howdy.
Andrew's all masked up.
Just finishing up some things.
He's finishing up some things. I've got things here. We're gonna do our chit chat here first, and then we'll get into things a little bit in a little while. But you know how we do. If you're here,
I want to thank everybody who's been getting stuff and on the lives and on the online store and
in the physical store. I had customers today, so that was great. I met 2 new people today that stopped in, and that was awesome. On a cold, wintry day, it is snowing here. Big flakes like this coming down out there.
Well, I wanted to thank people because I was able to take Kat Cole's class through Picosin.
He got that one.
Yeah, that one's not as expensive as the other one.
No.
And I can do that in my underwear.
That's a virtual class, and he started that today, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he said he had a good time. So I haven't even gotten to talk to him about it because he's been so busy since the moment I walked in the door, and I've been busy getting ready for this.
You've been busy too.
I've been busy too.
How come the screen isn't changing on Instagram?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you push go live?
Yeah, it says end live video. You scared me. I thought I didn't hit it, but I did. It must be, make sure the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it must be froze up. So hopefully anybody out there on Instagram can see it. Well, somebody was out there. So yeah.
Who is it?
Datora42 had joined us at some point.
Somehow I know that name.
So yeah.
Turquoise.
I know, right?
Is Charlie
Let's call Charlie. Hello, Marianne. Thank you for joining us. Kimberly is here. Says hello, everyone. Thank you, Kimberly, for hanging out with us today again. Norma is here. Hello, Norma. How's Mischief? I hope Mischief is getting better. Let's see here. Marianne asked that too. I didn't even see that. Lena says hello, BD peeps. Who's ready? Right? Who's ready? Y'all ready? I'm ready. Kim is here with us. Hello, Kim. Thank you for joining us. She's already much better. Thanks for asking. Most of that awful film over eye has dissipated. Oh, good. That's scary, right? That's scary. It looks like cataract or fogging, and that was kind of. I would have been worried, very worried too. The vet really loaded her up with antibiotics and steroids. Good. Hopefully get that gone once and for all, right? Let's see. Hopefully it clears up completely, says Marianne. Yes. Sorry. I haven't talked a lot today. That always happens when I end up projecting my voice when when I go on the live if I haven't talked much all day long. I did get to talk to two nice people in the store today. We had two brand new people come in just checking us out and seeing what we're all about, which is always nice to see. And honestly, I didn't expect anybody out and about in this cold weather that we're a little cold snap again that we're having. So that was nice, really nice. So I was talking about these pins. We had 10 different designs. We narrowed it down to 9 because the one design is very difficult to make into a pin. It requires 2 pins, and that's a little bit much for people maybe. I'll probably make the ones that we have, but I don't think we'll make any more of those. Those were the U-shaped ones. So anyway, we took the leftovers because I forget how many different A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, K. I think there were 10 different. Were there 10 different acrylics? Maybe 9 different. No, I think there were 10. I think we ended up with 90 different designs in these, all told. And so y'all bought a bunch of those, but we made one sample of each, right? So those were just sitting around for a little while. So I took those today and started putting the pin backs in all of them, which requires scuffing the back, using some crazy glue and adding on the pin backs. And so I did a bunch of those today. I have a whole table laid out of them. So I'm going to be taking pictures of those probably tomorrow and hopefully adding them into the online store for sale. There will only be one of each available for sale until I can make more, and then I'll restock them. So if that's something you're interested, if you didn't get one the first time around, like this little one right here, and you'd like to get one, tomorrow, hopefully by tomorrow night, I'll have those ready in the online store, ready for purchase. They're $14 each, and some of y'all probably got yours already. Some of them may be on their way yet, packed with other things, but I know some people have gotten them, and it's been really fun seeing people open those. So that's what those are doing. That's what's happening that was mostly my day, was finishing those up, talking to people. Hello, Donna. Thanks for joining us. Talking to people in the store, and I did something else today. Oh, I took some pictures. I made some reels. I did an email. I had to get Andrew's classes that he's teaching in North Carolina in Winston-Salem at Sawtooth, and in New Jersey at Peters Valley. I never made a blog post about those. So I made a blog post about those today, and then I sent out the email today talking about this show with Andrew's new things, just a little reminder, and then also a blurb about him teaching. So hopefully we can get some more signups. One of them, the one at Sawtooth, is halfway sold out already. So that's a kind of a 2.5-day class. And then the one at Peters Valley in New Jersey is a week-long class. And they're both dealing with powder coating. He's going to expand on some of the things that we talked about that he taught at Sawtooth already. So if you took that one already, it's okay to take the other one because it's going to expand upon those and you're going to do more in that. So it's going to kind of grow those skills. If you didn't take it already, it's okay because it's going to start from learning how to prep your metal. So it's very good either way. And the one at Peters Valley is going to be a little bit more intense, but there's going to be some illustration and some image transfer stuff. And that one is also, though, for beginners, and you do not have to be an artist. I think he puts that on that specifically. You don't have to be able to draw to take the class, because that's something that I think is really important to note. We were talking about this, and I was telling him how, there are a lot of classes that I see that I think would be interesting, but when they show the project, if the project looks like there's drawing in it or any type of like painting a scene or flowers, or because I look at pottery classes too, and some people go really ornate with the underglazes and drawing things or painting things, and if I see that, I automatically assume that I'm not going to be able to do that class, because I'm not a painter or a drawer. And as much as I know, and I do believe anybody can do anything, at this moment in time, I don't paint and I don't draw well. I do believe people can practice that, and it is something, it's one of those things that you can practice and get better at it, of course. But this is not the moment for me. So when I see classes like that, I always just assume that I can't do it, or that I would be out of my depth in that class. And so I told him, I mentioned that to him. So I think in that he specifically states that you do not have to be able to draw or paint to, take this class and to have a good result in this class. Let's see, Susie's here. Hello, Susie. Thank you for joining us. Michelle is here. Hello, Michelle. How is your husband doing? I hope Jim is doing well. Recovering well, I hope. Yeah, and so that is, what else did I do? I did those, sent out the email. Are y'all on our email list? I hope you're on our email list. I hope so. If you're not on our email list, please get on it. I'm just going to say it. Please get on the email list. You can join our email list from our website. Here is something too that is very kind of tricky that I just learned about our online store. If you check out in our online store and you accidentally uncheck the checkbox like send me notifications or send me information, it is not just about that order. It is forever. It is forever. So if you uncheck that box when you're completing an order with us, you will never get another email with us unless you check that box or go and sign up again. There was a thing a long time ago when we started our Shopify store. Some of the, and I don't know if this happened to us or not, some of the templates that are used for the email through Shopify automatically had that checkbox unchecked. So every time somebody placed an order, if they were originally on the email list, they were removed from the email list. So that's a big bad thing. They've since changed that, but there is no way to tell if you actually wanted to be on the email list or not on the email list. So if you used to get our emails and you're like, you know what, he talks about emails a lot and I haven't gotten one in a while, please do go to our website, allegorygallery.com. There's a tab under the menu that's called links, and you can sign up. The email list link is there, and you can click on that and it'll bring you to the page where you can sign up for the email list. And the reason I say that is I'm starting to work with the email a lot more. I'm trying to do more emails, and it is the only thing that is officially ours. So if social media goes down, something happens to our account somewhere, we lose all that, we can't just rebuild that. But the email list we can export and it's ours, and we can take it with us. If we move our website to a different provider or a different email provider, we can take that with us and we can still get in touch with you. It's super important. Our email list is not necessarily big compared to some of our social media platforms. So I'm going to be making a bigger push on social media here to make sure everybody's signed up to our email list. I think during these days and times when we're not sure what's going on, with social media allegiances and what's happening in the world, I think it's very important that if any company that you love and want to support, please join their email list. It's the only thing that we own as far as that kind of contact and that kind of socialness. Even text message lists, I am not 100% sure that I am allowed legally to export my text message list to take it to another carrier or another platform. So I think I can, but their text message lists are very, very, very legally protected. There are certain things that if somebody asks you to remove from that list, you have to go through steps to make sure that that's removed, and it's a thing. That's one of the reasons we didn't do a text message list for a long time. So email is where it's at. Please, please, if there is a company you want to support and you only follow them maybe on Instagram or you only follow them on Facebook, go to their website, see if they have an email list. They probably do, and join it. It's just, put that in your calendar when you have a slow day, just to kind of think about the places you want to support and make sure you're on their email list. Let's see here. Oops, sorry. These email things are still popping up. I fixed them once and they seem to not be fixed anymore. There's a thing between, we have GoDaddy. That's our internet, our email provider actually. And because our web addresses are all booked through there, that's how we buy them. Or rent them, I guess, because we pay for them every year, every month, I guess every year. So our web addresses are from there. So we use our email through there. And Microsoft 360 runs all their email now. And for some reason with Apple Mail and Microsoft 360, they've had some issues that the mail's not working. So if you have a Microsoft account, like a live account, and you're working on it through Apple Mail on iOS or iPadOS, and it keeps telling you the password's wrong, the password's wrong, the password's wrong, and it won't accept it, and you can't log into your mail. The only solution right now is to remove the account and re-add the account. Make sure you know your password before you do that. So that's a thing that's happening right now. In case I figured I'd let people know, because it's been happening to me, and I've been talking about the last few lives how the emails keep telling me that I need to enter the password, enter the password. So on some of my devices, I've gotten around to deleting the email and adding it, but I've been hesitant on my phone because I hate messing with things. I'm pretty bold with social media stuff and just pretty bold with tech stuff, but sometimes removing entire accounts and adding them back on is just not a happy process. Donna says, I know I'm on your email list. We actually have 2 email lists as well. So we have one through Square. So that one I send out emails less often. So if you want fewer emails from us, maybe, I'm going to try and up that one a little bit anyway, but you can join the Square email. So if you've ever paid an invoice, there's probably an option there, I think, to join our email list from Square, or if you've bought something in store. So that email list, I usually send out the same information when I have a big send to send out and I have the time to do both. But our website is where I send out the email most of the time, because it links to our products better, it links to our blog and all that good stuff. But we do have 2 email lists, and if you're on both, sometimes you will get 2 emails that look similar. They will physically look different, but you generally have the same information in them and maybe the same title. But if you open them, they will look different because they're 2 different providers and the templates are different that we use. Anyway. Kimberly's on the list. Thank you. Norma says, I signed up for Sawtooth and I'm looking forward to it. I'd love to see some other AG Beat fan people there with me. Me too. I'm hoping to go, but Andrew got a scholarship to something right immediately after that. So depending on what's going on, we don't really want to drive 2 cars down. And the other option would probably be for me to fly back. And depending on the prices, it may not make sense for me to do that. But I would love to come down and hang out and TA that class with him again, but we'll see. I really enjoyed my time down there. We have other friends down there. Our friend Cheryl Ann is down there. I love hanging out with her, but we'll see, because I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to be able to make it, because Andrew got accepted into something. That Andrew. But no, I'm happy for him, and I hope it works out, that he'll be able to make all that happen. But I would like to go down again, so we'll see. Lena says, I really love the Wolfie one, and I love that blue color, but went around with a big L on her shirt all the time. Now I need it. Yeah, Shamil Shamazel. Yeah, that was oh geez. Laverne, right? Laverne and Shirley. Laverne. Yeah. Let's see here. Did you look out the window and see it snowing? It is snowing. I didn't have to look out. I was in it. I drove home in it. I went and got Andrew coffee and got us sandwiches in it. It is snowing. There were salt trucks out on the road already. So that is happening. And it's big flakes. They're like this. They're very pretty. Like, I know we're just over the holiday season, but we're over it enough that I was like, oh, if they were playing Christmas music, this would be kind of fun. This would be joyful. Because it was those pretty big flakes, and they come down so slow, and they kind of, you know. So that was kind of pretty. But I'm ready for warmer weather. Michelle gets our emails. Good, good, good. The big L, LOL, says Michelle. Marius says, what's this with the Laverne references? The creature pins are letters and one is an L. Yes. Yes. Did we do the L pin? I don't think did we do the L pin? I can't remember. I was looking at them all day and I still can't remember. Donna says, talk about crazy weather here in Alabama. Cold and very windy yesterday, and today I had to turn on the AC. Oh boy. Oh boy. Susie says it'll be a few months until we need the AC. Probably. Let's see here. Kimberly says, I have noticed that. I guess I better do the fix. Oh, for the email? Yeah. One of them I was able to input my password and it worked. It went through. But the rest of them, because we have info@allegorygallery.com, of course. That's the one you always usually use. I have a personal one, William@allegorygallery.com. Andrew technically has one, but I don't think he uses it much at all, if at all. He uses his personal one for everything. We have one for our receipts. So we have a specific email we send our receipts to so that I have all the receipts gathered. And then I have miscellaneous ones. I have a live account, my personal live account. I have a William Tries Things account, technically, that I don't really use much, but it's there. So it's all this stuff, and they're all coming out one after another. They come up all at the same time, asking me for the password. Donna says, well, some of my emails have been disappearing. Ones that I want to keep. It's very frustrating. If you have Apple Mail, Apple released an update, and they now do the thing that Gmail started doing a long time ago, where they classify things into promotions and sales and primary and all these different multiple inboxes. I turn that off. So if you want to turn that off too on your iPhone or your iPad, usually you go into the mail account, you hit the three little dots. I think it's three dots at the top, and it says list view instead of category view or something. I turn on list view. I don't like all those categories. I want to know, when something comes in, I don't want them to decide where it gets sorted to. Now, some of my accounts, my personal account, I leave that on because I generally don't get super important things there, and it does help to weed out some of the sales and all that. Because I check at least 3 to 4 email accounts very often, and then I have like other ones that I check only so often. I used to be at inbox 0. I never had counting numbers. Like, I always had everything red all the time. And then my anxiety went way up at one point, and I couldn't bear to look at so many emails and all the stuff that was coming in. There were political things coming in, and there were business things, and the important stuff I have to look at, but some of it I didn't need. So my counts started going way up. So now I have like 32,000 unread emails or something like that. It makes Andrew a little bit sick to his stomach to look at my phone. I turned the numbers off, so I don't know. Can't tell how many of them I have anymore. At least on the little badges. But oh no, I have almost 73,800 unread emails in my Gmail account. So a total of 88,500 unread emails through all of my accounts. I've gotten to the point where, I look at my emails, I scroll through them, and if I don't need them, I used to go through and delete. Now I just leave them there. And then the next day I check again. And if there's an important one, I respond to it and I work with it. If not, I just leave them there. One of these days I would like to go through, but that's a lot of emails to go through. Probably is never happening now. It's gotten too out of control. So yeah. But if your emails, that's Donna, what I was coming to, is if your emails are disappearing and you're using those category views, they might be sorting them automatically into different categories. And that's the problem. That's why I could never find things. I was searching for things and they weren't coming up. I'm like, what is this madness? Just give me a list view of everything. I don't know who that helps. I guess if it's just your personal email, it might help. Like nothing super important coming up. And I don't know how good the categories are. I didn't give it a chance to tell how good it was. Maybe they're perfect. Maybe they're wonderful and I should be using them. But I just like to see everything. Marianne says, that's why I get 3 of the same information. You should not be getting 3. 2 most. I only send out 2 different emails from 2 different vendors. So if you're getting 3, I don't know where that other 3rd one's coming from because it ain't me doing it. Sandra's here. Hello, Sandra. Anne is here. Hello, Anne. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Snow in Ligonier, says Marianne, and it's springish here at 46. Yeah, it's snowing here. But I think it's supposed to get warmer very soon. Very soon. Like next week is supposed to be like in the 60s, 50s and 60s. And I'm glad. Donna says, well, crap, that makes sense. I will turn that off. Yes, that's probably where they're going. If you've got the newest update. You know, some of my devices I don't think are new enough to get them. But if you got the newest update with some of that stuff that's happening, I don't like that. Donna says, I just fixed that. Thank you, William. You are welcome. I hope that helps you find your emails. Marian says, at least in Gmail, there's an all mail category. I turned those off in Gmail a long time ago, too. Gmail tried to do that business. I was like, nope, I don't need that. I don't need that. Marian says, I have 2 email addresses. So that's why you get multiple emails and you've got 2 email addresses. Maybe I'm sending to both emails. That's possible. That makes sense. Susan is here. Hello, Susan. Thank you for joining us. So today we are going to show new things by Andrew. 3rd time's a charm, right? The first time we were going to do this, we were worn out and we took a break on that day. And then when we tried to do it the other day, things were just not working quite well in the studio. So we took a break from it that day. And now I have some of the new stuff for you. And he's still working on things. So who knows what else we'll get by the end of this video. But we're going to sit and chat for a little bit. We're going to let him finish some things as well before we get into the video. So how's your all? I've been talking on and on. I should have brought a drink. This drink that I have here is old, and that's not good to drink. But I didn't bring a drink today. I'm going to be parched by the end of the day. But I do hope you all had a great day. I've been talking on and on about my day. How's your all days going? Your all days? Yuns guys' days? That's how they say it in Pittsburgh, I guess. Yuns. How are Yuns doing? It's so weird to me. I grew up near here, and even some of my cousins say Yuns or Yuns guys, but I never grew up saying that. But it is the Pittsburghese. It's the Pittsburgh thing to say. Instead of y'all, it's Yuns. How are Yuns doing? Yeah. I don't know why it never came to me, but my family never really said Yuns. Susie, yes, I may have missed, but is your brother doing well? Yes, thank you for asking. He is doing better. He is home. He came back home last night. I had to catch up on what was all going on. It was happening during the live, so I was like seeing messages, but I couldn't read them. Normally I turn on Do Not Disturb, but because that was happening, I thought maybe I would be able to, skim them, but I couldn't. But thankfully, things seem to be going okay. They didn't really change much from what was going on, but they're going to work on some of his dosages for things. So that's good. That's at least, it makes me feel better. I was in touch with him just before this live started. I was texting with him to check on him to see how he was doing, and he's in better spirits and he seems to be doing well. Hello, Angela. Thank you so much for joining us. Susan says, I'm glad your brother's doing better, William. Thank you. Yes. Hopefully he stays doing better. yeah, it's been a wild ride lately in the family, but things are good. Things are good. Gonna keep saying it. Things are good. Donna got lots of housework done, washed 2 loads of clothes, and did a couple posts on my Facebook business page. Nice. That's awesome. Do I follow your Facebook business page? Have you put? I think I do. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I do. Make sure, y'all, make sure you also post, if you have a business on Facebook, if it has to do with beading, make sure you post in the Design Challenges group so that other people can follow you. We're a big family there. Now, we don't want y'all doing that. It's not a place to promote yourself necessarily, right? It's not a place to promote yourself, but it is a place where you can promote yourself. We don't want people to take advantage of it. We allow y'all, if you buy things from us and you use our supplies and things like that, we allow you to post that you have a business. Now, we do not want you, of course, taking over the group with things you're selling or doing. We don't generally want active selling in the group. I guess that's the way to say it. We don't really want people to promote themselves actively selling, because we sometimes sell things through the group, but even we don't put everything that we have for sale necessarily in the group. We don't want it to become a selling group. That's not what that's about. So we definitely we want you all, though, to be able to connect and to support one another. That's very important. I think I made a post. It might be on the Allegory Gallery page, or it might have been in the group. I can't remember, a little while ago. And I think it's still pinned maybe to one of the featured, either in the group or on the page, where it says that we'd like to know if you have a business. So Marion says a check me out post is okay. Yeah, we don't mind that. Just don't do it every day and post the same thing, right? But every once in a while, or joining the group as your business and posting things you've made, not necessarily, we don't want prices in there and all that, but we'll let you know if it's getting to be too much, of course. But and never take offense if we do say, yo, we gotta tone that down a little bit. Because it's never meant to be offensive. It's just that we keep wraps on the group that it's not a selling group. That's all. We are working on a selling group, though. Some of you may know that. Some of you may have already joined that. And we're in the process of thinking about how we're going to go about that and what we're going to do with that. But Andrew did start the process on that. So we are going to have a separate selling group at some point. But the Design Challenges group is not that group. It's meant to give inspiration and have fun together there. Donna says, when I get up in the morning, I'll have a dang troll that will take a screenshot of one of the pics I took and will message me. Of course, right? Of course. It's inevitable. It happens a lot to us. Those of you with business pages, you have probably already seen, but there has been a major uptick in the Facebook's going to take down your page, reply to this message, or it's going to be in 24 hours removed forever and ever and ever. Usually with many, many misspellings and grammar errors and no profile picture to it at all. All of our business pages and because I'm on business pages even for my old job, because they want me on there because sometimes they can't figure things out. So they leave me on there to go in and help them out. And they're getting them too. There's been a huge uptick in that in the last 2 months, like significant, like 1 to 2 a day sometimes. So if you get those messages, just delete them, move them to spam. They are not real. Do not click on them. I know not everyone knows this, but don't click on those. Don't take them seriously. Throw them in the spam folder or just delete them, because they are not real. Facebook, if they're going to take down your page, they are generally, as you know from the stories you've heard, they are not going to tell you that they're doing it. They will just one day take it away, and then you'll fight to get it back. And that's what we worry about. That's why I tell everyone, please join the email list. And by the way, I show that I have 2 thumbs ups here or 2 hearts here. So if y'all didn't hit the love or the heart, the thumbs up, the, all that good stuff, please do that. Please do that. It really helps the algorithm when people do that. Because one of the things that YouTube specifically tracks is how many likes or how many thumbs ups a video gets. It's in our analytics. So that is something that they definitely look at. So please, especially if you're over there on YouTube, please make sure you do that. I don't think this tells me what YouTube is doing. I think it's mostly Facebook that it shows me. But I've only shown 3 on Facebook, and I know there's more of you out there. So please hit the thumbs up. Suzanne is here. Hello, Suzanne. Donna says, it's happened the last 3 times I posted. Makes me so dang mad. I got one of those idiot messages the other day, and it was from an individual supposedly Meta, and I'm not an LLC. Yeah, it's all this stuff. They're just trying to get your account information. That's the same thing with, so what Donna's talking about is oftentimes a business page will post a picture of something. And sometimes it's not even a product. Sometimes they'll pick the weirdest picture and they'll send it to you in a message and say, is this still available? And if you don't know any better, you're going to answer them and say, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And I know this because I've talked to people who have carried out this conversation. And so then they're like, okay, well, can you ship it to me? All right, so let's take a look at things. Luckily, a lot of the things that we show are already in our online store. So anytime I think it might be a real person, because what they also do is, well, they'll take over somebody's account. They'll hack into somebody's account and they'll, and you can see usually a noticeable difference at a certain point in time. If you go back and actually look at the person's account, like it'll be family pictures and flowers. Then all of a sudden it'll turn into whatever they're trying to, like, it might turn into like this full jewelry or pottery page. And it's like a drastic change. And that's somebody who hacked somebody's account. And now they're trying to hack and fool other people. So they'll send you a picture. They'll say, is this still available? Luckily, anytime I think that it might be a real person, I can usually send the web address. So you can buy it here, and that's the end of it. They go away. But if you follow up with them and you're like, yeah, we'd have to ship it to you. They're like, well, tell me how much shipping is going to be. And then I've had friends this has happened to. They go in and they let them know what the shipping amount is, and they tell it is. And they're like, okay, well, how can I pay you? And you'll say, usually, Square, invoice like we do, or PayPal. And they're like, well, how about Zelle? Or how about, and they'll use some of these other ones that aren't as well known. And what they end up doing, and this is, most of my friends that I've known have dropped off at this point. They're like, I don't take payments that way. You can pay however I want you to pay, or I'm not going to sell this to you. But what they'll end up doing is they will send you a request for money. And some people think that that's to pay, but it works the other way around. And some people are so quick, they're just like, do you want to pay that? And they'll hit yes. And it'll actually take it from the business and take the money out. So instead of you invoicing them, they're kind of like sending you a request, but you don't realize it's a request for money. It's a weird thing, but it tricks a lot of people. And so that's what ends up going on, and it's not good. So it happens to a lot of businesses, and those businesses end up hopefully putting those in the spam folder, because it's really not nice. It's really not nice. The other thing that goes on a lot, and one of the ways that you can get a lot of this happening to you, especially personally, you get the weird personal messages. If when there's all these things that go around that say, copy and paste this into your profile, and Facebook won't be able to use your images. For one, that's not true. Just putting that out there, just letting all of you know. You probably already know, but in case you don't know, you cannot put anything on your Facebook timeline that's going to stop Facebook from being able to use your images if they want to. It's in your terms of service agreement that nobody reads. Your data is their data. That is pretty much how it goes. Nothing you can write, nothing you can post is going to change that. The only thing you can do about that is remove your data from Facebook and delete your account. And even then, up to that point, they had your data. So when you do these things, so it says copy and paste this, and Facebook won't be able to use you'll have copyright on your images, whatever. You know those things. You copy and paste them in. Or if it says, oh, today I was thinking of my friends and I wanted to paste this into my timeline to see who's going to read through it. And if you've read all the way to the end, please copy and paste this into your timeline and comment, I read it in my comments. When you do those things, there are oftentimes a particular arrangement of words, for example, that the person who started this or the people who take advantage of this know. And they will search Facebook for those particular arrangements of words, and they will come after the people who post these things. They will try to get you to friend them. You'll see those, oh, you've looked so beautiful, but I've been afraid to say anything, so please send me a message. If you've probably all gotten that message. But it often happens because you may have done one of those copy and pastes. It's not always the case, but people who do that oftentimes get more of those people because they're thinking if you're copying, pasting in things and you're believing some of these things, you might be an easier target. So I always tell people, I always try and warn people, don't copy and paste those things. If you want to write something yourself. If you want to talk to your friends, write something to your friends yourself. Because then you don't have those particular words that they search for to try to find people who use these things. Anyway, that's some stuff. That's some stuff. It shows 8 thumbs ups here on YouTube. Good. I only see 3 over here. Well, I guess it's over here for you. 3 over here. I can't see what I'm doing. I guess my Instagram's going, but it's not showing me. It's stuck on the main screen from when it was new items by Andrew. Donna says, I had a guy trying to scam me big time, but I'm good at sniffing out a lie on my business page too. Yes. Hello, Dale. Good evening. Sorry, I've been yammering on. I'm just catching up on comments. Marion says, some of the scams is so hard to distinguish. Sometimes they are. You know, one other thing that I always look at, if somebody sends you a message and you don't know if it's a real message or not, go to the button that says go to their profile. Look at their profile. If, you know, they may have a bunch of pictures on their profile, all these different pictures and profile pictures, and they change. And usually what people do is they look at that and they say, okay, this person has a bunch of profile pictures. They have a bunch of, you know, the banner pictures, and so they must be a real person. If you look closer, sometimes every single one of those pictures is within a day or two of the other. So they may have posted 50 profile pictures, but they were all yesterday, or they were all on February 22nd. That's a big sign, of course, that that's a fake profile. So if you dig a little bit deeper, sometimes you can weed stuff out. I weed stuff out that way all the time for the business because we get a lot of stuff that looks real. And again, a lot of it is either that kind of thing, or where if you scroll down a little bit below, you will notice that all the family pictures that happens to have the same person in it isn't the same person that's in the profile picture anymore. But you have to dig a little far. You have to go down the timeline a little bit to get to all those. But that's somebody who's taken over somebody's profile, and they've just started loading it up with their stuff, their fake stuff, to try to fake you out. So, yeah. Donna says, I don't copy and paste anything. Yeah, do not. Do not. Suzanne says, I like your pin. Thanks, my little Gertie. I was making pins today, and I kept this one. I was saying, like, this one, like, even if you go into a slightly dimly lit room, you can tell how bright this glow-in-the-dark is. It's a really good acrylic. So I'm going to be putting these in the online store hopefully tomorrow. And I have some glow-in-the-dark ones left. And so if you want to grab one of those, they're really good. They're not black light. You don't need a black light. They glow just by being exposed to light. And like, you know, sometimes the glow-in-the-dark, you really have to hold them real close to the light and get them really charged up, and then they last for like 2 seconds. This one, they charge up just under the normal, like we have fluorescent lights in the store, just under the normal fluorescent lights. They're sitting on the table. I shut the lights out to the store today, and they were all glowing on the table. So it's really good. Andrew got this acrylic. I think it's from Canada, and it's a handmade, hand-poured acrylic company, and it's really good. Michelle says, I wish my friends would listen to this advice. I try to help people, try to help you all out, try to help people as much as I learn, because we learn a lot running the business, and we run into these things, and I try and pass along the things that we learn, because we don't want y'all getting scammed. That's no good. If you want to buy things, you should be buying real things from people who are real, right? And a lot of this stuff is not. Donna says 9 times out of 10, there's no school, no workplace, etc. You're right about their picks too. Yeah, the no workplace, no. Some people have their account locked down to the point where you can't see that, especially as a business. A lot of things people lock down so businesses can't see that, but the pictures are a big indicator. If the pictures all have the same date or we're within a day or two of each other, that account was just started, no matter how long that timeline is. Some of them will make the timeline. You got to scroll and scroll and scroll. But if you go to photos, profile pictures, and you look at the first one and the last one, and they're within a few days of each other, or they don't look like the same person at all anymore, it's not real. Popped on YouTube to give you a thumbs up, says Susie. Thank you. Thank you. Suzanne says, I'm a monitor of a history group, and we get those things daily. I reject them. Yeah, you have to, right? Susan says, that kitty pin, William, I'll be looking for it in the online store. This particular one, maybe I'll put it in there. Yeah, I probably will, because I can make another one. But I was saying that these pins, so these are the ones I made today are all the ones that are from our, we did them on the price fix day, I think. They were PF lots, price fix day. And so the price fix day, we showed you, I think, 100? Either 90 or 100 different pins. One of those pins will not go into production at all because it's a U-shaped. So if you got any of the U-shaped ones, consider yourselves special, because we are not going to be making those most likely, because they take 2 pins to actually hold in the top of the U. Otherwise they kind of fall, or you'd have to turn them upside down, and they're supposed to be a U. So you need 2 pins, one on each side. And so we're not probably going to produce that one. But anyway, so y'all bought a bunch of them. Thank you. We love that. But the ones that were not bought out of the samples that we made, I started making into pins today. And finally, we've had them sitting around for long enough. I'm going to try and get pictures of them and put them on the online store tomorrow. They're $14 each. We're going to be doing that. And I'm going to be cutting some more, but I'm not going to be putting them on as a made to order thing. It's not going to be a made to order thing. I have enough of that. We're actually going to be changing the way we do a lot of things. I was talking about this the other day. I think we have 60 or 70 different pins, the wooden pins. So this these wooden pins that we have a bunch of them in the online store. I'm going to be paring them down, and we're going to do like maybe 10 pins at a time that will be available in the online store. I'm going to make a few of each, and then they're going to be ready to send out. No more. And this made to order is it's slowing down the shipping process a lot. And if they were just on the shelf and ready to go, it'd be great. So we're going to do that with probably the wooden pins. With our wooden pendants, we're going to have seasonal kind of wooden pendants. We'll change them every so often, but once they are up, you can buy them. And once they are gone, you can't get them anymore until the next time maybe they pop up again. So we're going to kind of do that. And it's going to be with these, with our wooden pendants, which I don't think I have any samples of here. Probably with some of our acrylic pendants, with these pins. We're going to do things like that. And then that way it makes it a lot easier for us to have them ready. Because right now, if I have to make 60 or 70 times however many I want in stock, that's a lot of time spent sublimating stuff and making things that who knows if they'll sell, right? So if I just make 1 or 2 of each, and if they sell, we'll put 1 or 2 more in the online store. It makes it a lot better. It makes it a lot easier. Let's see here. Donna says, another thing, these trolls will never go and take the time to like my page, and that's a huge red flag. Yeah, If they don't actually follow or like your page too, I mean, not everyone's going to follow or like it right away, but yeah, it's one of those things. If they're not going to like the page, then maybe, I like a page. Generally, I will like a page before I message the page. If I see something I like and I go to take the time to message them about something, I probably want to follow them anyway. So, and then if I, if I get the answer I need, that's great. If I don't, then I determine from there if I follow or unfollow or whatever. But yeah. Student says, I've gotten the fake you have outstanding fines. Oh, to state of Massachusetts only fake because Massachusetts only connects people via snail mail. Lately, the one I've been getting, and I've gotten about 3 or 4 in the last few weeks, is pay your road toll. You owe a road toll. It's due in 24 hours. Use this link to pay. And they're like tolls from states we've never been through. And they do not contact you by phone. They're not going to text you. I just got one today. That was asking to pay a toll. And I was like, for one, they would email you because all of your driver's license information, your plate is attached to your driver's license, is attached to your address. They're going to send you a letter in the mail. They're not going to get your phone number. That stuff generally isn't going to be given out. So that's one thing I've been seeing a lot of is pay your road tolls. Plus, we also use Easy Pass. So all of our tolls are paid already. I got one for some kind of, like a camera license, speed trap type thing. And I'm like, they would send you a letter. They are not going to text you some random message about that. So, yeah. The road toll thing is nuts because there are no toll roads near me, right? We travel a good, Andrew especially travels a good bit, but we have an Easy Pass and that catches all of our travel. And again, everything's tied to the address. If something happens, they're going to send you a letter in the mail. They're not going to text you because they can't actually tell if you've gotten the text. Like they're going to send like a certified letter if they really need to. Donna says, I love my owl pin. Good. I'm glad you love them. Is it this one? Is it that one you got? I love this one. It's such a pretty one. This one came out too light. That's why it's sitting here. It didn't sublimate well enough. This is what was happening. It was getting too cold. And I was having a really hard time sublimating things. So I have some orders for sublimation right now. Some people have been waiting a little while. And I apologize for that. But it cranks like it's hot in there, but when it's so cold in the outside environment, it does have a hard time. So they were coming out really light. So I got to work on some sublimation stuff here as it warms up. Ann says, once at work, when I was an office manager, we got a ticket for one of our vehicles in another state. I never found out what it was about, so I just ignored it. Weird though. Yeah, I don't know. That is weird. You actually got a ticket for it. But we get them in text messages, and I'm like, that's not real. But they will try and get you any way they can to click those buttons, click those links. Marianne says, I get random texts from the post office, which are scams. Yeah, the post office isn't going to communicate. They own the mail, right? The post office owns the mail. They are not going to send you a text message. They literally own the mail. Let's see. Michelle says, I think the ones that are funny that say I owe car insurance for car dues when we don't own a car. Yeah. Donna says, and that pin matches my owl painting. Nice. That's awesome. So yeah, that's a long way to talk about things, but hopefully that helps some people. No one likes to get scammed, and the more we look out for one another, the better off we all are. That's what I think. That's sorry, getting a dry throat. So that's what the AG Beat fam is. It's not just about beating. It's about more than that. We want to take care of each other. And it says also, FYI, the post office does not discount stamps. Do not fall for that. I do postcarding for candidates, and they warn us about that. I've not heard that one yet, but I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, they will not discount stamps. That's weird too. Hello, Amanda. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, so sorry, I'm choking on nothing. But yeah, we want to look out for each other, take care of each other. When you see something that seems suspicious, let your friends know. There's a lot going on, and things are changing so quick. Like, I consider myself pretty tech savvy, but some of these, there was one, I forget what it was, but it really had me questioning, is this real? Is this not real? And so it's one of those things that I've always been good at it, but they're getting better and better and better at all this. Marion says, I've also gotten emails for utility charges from something that looks like my company, my landlord uses. However, my utility charges were included in my rental fees. I deleted those without opening. Yeah, there will be rental ones. And you know what? What did I get the other day? I don't know if it was a text message. I think it was a text message. And it was from the gas company talking about things. And I had to really look. And it was actually from my gas company. But I have heard, what people will do is they will send you, like, ours is People's Gas. And it's like peoplesgas.com or something like that. And what people will do is they will, like, register People Gas, for example, or it's one letter different, or they put a hyphen in there somewhere, or they change the O's to zeros, So when you look at the web address real quick, it looks like the real page. And when you go to it, they've designed it to look exactly like the page. So it can be tricky, especially if they go that deeply into the scam. But some of those don't last very long because when they're so ornate, the bigger companies find out and they have them taken down. But they can trick a lot of people, so you got to be really careful. Michelle says there's a scam for FedEx packages. I believe it. We don't do FedEx. I try not to ever do FedEx. I've just not had as much good luck with FedEx. I'll go with the post office. I'll go with UPS, and then FedEx if I have to. Ann says, if you need self-care, watch some videos of the baby tapir that was born at the Point Defiance Washington Zoo. So dang cute. I don't even know what that is. What's a tapir? I'll have to look that up. I definitely could use some self-care. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. We got to bed late, and then I had to wake up early to go to the store, and I was tossing and turning a lot of the night. So I'm like a little bit exhausted. My eyes look a little bit red, maybe. Actually, they look pretty white. I don't know. But I feel exhausted. But I've got some energy left in me, a little bit. I've got a little bit. Let's see here. Donna said, I had my identity stolen, so now I'm super careful. I bet. Thankfully, knock on wood, I've never had to go through that. I can't even imagine the mess. I'm trying to get better at using, I use a password app now to make my passwords. My passwords were always generally fairly good. I usually mixed foreign languages with English, with letters and numbers and symbols. And so my passwords generally would have been harder to guess anyway. But I've now started using password apps. So most of my passwords I don't actually know anymore. If I lose track, if that app goes away ever, I use the one from Apple. So it's built into the system now. But if that went away, I would never have, most of my passwords I'd never know. But it does make them very secure. And I turn on two-factor authentication everywhere I can, so they have to text me. Somebody was trying to get into my bank account at one point, and I'm like, Andrew, are you trying to log in to my account for some reason? He's like, nope, wasn't me. So somebody was trying to get in. They obviously knew my passwords from something, because it won't send you an authentication text unless they actually have gotten through the password part. Otherwise, they just tell you the password's wrong, right? So that was scary. So I did go through and change my banking information, passwords, and all that stuff. But I can't imagine like actually having it stolen and what you have. It must have been terrible. Sorry that happened, because that would not be fun. Excuse me. Amanda says, I ignore most emails that say I owe something or there's a package or whatnot. I figure if I really owe something, they'll come and find me. That's true, right? Wait for it to come in the mail. That's one of the reasons I stopped looking at my email, to be honest. I see bills in the email and stuff, but I'm like, if I really owe something, it's ultimately going to come to me in the mail, right? And a lot of this stuff is so fake, and I don't want to deal with it. So when my anxiety is really high, I don't have the mental stability to deal with it. So I just I look at my email when I can. Otherwise, it just creeps up there and creeps up there. Oh, well. I always look at my info at Allegory Gallery email, though. That's the one I check every single day, usually multiple times a day. Because that's the one where you all talk to me. Donna says, I've supposedly gotten things from my bank. When I've called the actual bank, it's a scam. I believe that. Marianne says, sometimes you can tell because the email used to send it is in a totally different country. Yes, sometimes that is. And sometimes I've gotten an email from myself before. It said, because I have my personal email, but for example, info@allegorygallery.com. Actually, I did get one. It came from info@allegorygallery.com. It said info@allegorygallery.com. And when I looked at the, you can go in, I don't know if you know this, you can go in and see the code in your emails. It actually came from info@allegorygallery.com. And I had never seen that before. I've seen the spoofing where it says info@allegorygallery.com at the top, but when you really go into the code, it's like this long, strung out email that's from somewhere else. You usually have to go into the code to see it. But this one came from, and it didn't come from me. I'm not sending myself an email. So I don't know how that even happens, but I looked it up and it was a thing. And I'm like, can they then send my customer stuff? Like, can you send anybody an email from us? But I think it's only you can send it to the person you're sending it to, the way it works. But I went in and changed my password for info@allegorygallery.com real quick when that happened, just to make sure. Let's see here. Type hair is so cute, says Suzanne. I haven't been sleeping well either. It's been so windy every night. Yeah, it's for me, like I hear the wind and all that, but the wind generally doesn't keep me awake. It's just my life and my own brain. I had some, we had some Pedialyte in the fridge, and it had been in the fridge for a while, but I needed juice last night, and I poured that in my water. And this morning, very early, I woke up in like a panic attack, and I had hives. Andrew made cake last night, but I don't think it was the cake. There was nothing in the cake that should have bothered me. So I think there was something in that. It was like an off-brand Pedialyte. And I think there was something in that my body reacted to, and it was terrible. My lip was swollen. I had hives all over. I was so itchy. I was having a panic attack because my whole body was shot up, It took quite a while to calm down from that. And that's woke me up very early this morning after I went to bed at very late at night. And so nothing like starting your day off with a panic attack and hives. So that's how my day started. And that's why I'm a little bit worn out today. And that's why I was not sleeping well, because I don't know what was happening to my body overnight, but it was not happy. It was not happy. Michelle says, I had my last phone hacked, which my emails and Facebook and phone were involved. That's terrible too. Had to start over on this email and Facebook. Wow. Phone number had to be replaced. Yeah, it's to the point now, I hate to even think about the process of changing a phone number because they just recycle phone numbers, and you don't know whose phone number you're getting. Andrew's phone number, his current phone number, when he moved here to Pennsylvania, we got a Pennsylvania phone number, and somebody, whoever had his phone number before that, had a lot of collections due in their name. So for years, really, Andrew would get collection calls about this other person. They'd leave messages for this other person. And it took a long time to get over that. And I think every once in a while he still gets one once in a while. But yeah, changing phones, not fun. Well, changing phones can be fun. Changing phone numbers, not. Susie says, I don't even answer my phone anymore unless I know the caller. Anyone else can leave me a message. I do not answer my cell phone. I am one of those people. If you want me, you better text me. Unless you are somebody I really know, and it would be odd that you're calling me. Even my mom and I, we mostly text. Like my mom's mostly a texter now too. She doesn't use her phone very often for calling. My whole family, we text each other. So not most of us don't want to answer the phone for anybody. So yeah, and you know what I found really actually helps a lot? My voicemail message is pretty long. Like it takes a while for people to listen to that. I forget what I say on it. I haven't listened to it in years, but it's like, you've reached the mobile phone of William Jones. Something. If you want to leave a message, please leave a message out of the view. If you'd rather text me, you reach me quicker, send me a text. It's a fairly long one. And what I have found is that I think because it's so long, most companies, most of those spam calls, they don't actually wait that long. So I will get a lot of missed calls, and usually they mark them spam now, but even if they don't. And when I go to my voicemail, sometimes they'll leave a voicemail. It's usually like a 1 second or a 2 second voicemail. Sometimes they do wait it out, but I have found that by having a very long voicemail message, it does seem to, I seem to get much fewer voicemails being left for me, which is kind of nice. If you want me, text me, right? Or if you really need me, wait for the voicemail, leave a voicemail. Let's see here. Mary says, I would not want my day to start that way. Yeah, it was stressful. Amanda says, as soon as my husband got a new work phone, the calls and texts started immediately. Collectors, girlfriends, people looking for him. He still gets the odd one, and it's been 3 years. Yeah, it's terrible to have to change your phone number. It's so crazy to think, though, that we have, that they don't have new phone numbers. Like, we've been through all the phone numbers, so you have to get a reused phone number. So wild. Michelle says, when we took my hacked phone to the store, they said it could never be used again, so whoever did it were pros. Wow, that's terrible. I once got a phone call, Marianne says, that asked if I was the Mr. Rosie who had land for sale. I said no. They asked if I was sure. Pretty sure, right? Pretty sure. Some of the messages and texts are hilarious. This guy got round. I bet. Call screening is awesome, right? I love Apple's thing. I don't know if Androids have this. When somebody is leaving you a voicemail on an iPhone, that voicemail is transcribed on the screen now. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to answer it. It will be transcribed as they are saying it. And if it's somebody you want to hear from, you can hit accept, and it will break it out of voicemail and connect you to the person actually talking, which is super nice. So now if I get a voicemail from a number I don't know, or a number I think I might know, I can watch it and wait to see if they leave a message and if it's somebody I want to talk to or not. Amanda says they should rest phone numbers for a while before reusing, right? Right, or there should be a place that cell phone providers can contact to say that this phone number is being reused now, so that they can, let the other places know, like a completely new person has this phone number, should be able to work back through the system somehow, right? I guess some people could try and scam them out of it and just get a new phone number but if you have a new ID, like it's a new person, that would probably cut down on a lot of that. Suzanne says, my supervisor was miffed that I would not give her my number. I said that when she paid for it, she could have it. Yeah, I don't like, I don't, I, you know, here's the thing with me. I'm one of those people that I don't use Facebook Messenger that much. I don't use messages on Instagram that much. Ask Andrew. He sends me stuff all the time. I miss it for weeks. Sometimes I'll miss his messages, and I go through and look at them all because he sends me memes and videos and cat videos and all that. But I just don't check those messages very often. I'm trying to get better at it, but it's just another thing in my day. So if you want to get to me, I usually say text me, but I have to know you well enough to feel like I can give you my phone number, because I'm kind of very private about my phone number. Um, I'm getting less like that. The older I get, I'm like, this is how I want people to connect to me. This is what I'm going to give them. So I've been giving my phone number out a little bit more than before, but um, it's one of those things like, and I need to make sure I tell people, I'm like, if you are somebody who calls to talk to me and that's why you want my number, forget it. Because I'm probably not going to do that. But you can text me all day because I can sit at my computer and text because Macs are all hooked up to everything. So I can text from my computer, I can text from my iPad, I can text from my phone. And I can text you all day long. We can have a continuous conversation all day as I'm working and popping in and out. But if you want me to sit on the phone with you, I got to take time away from everything I'm doing to talk because my brain, I can't, some days my anxiety, my whatever, I can't do two things. I can't listen to your conversation and like pack a package. It just doesn't work. Even if I have you on speakerphone, I'm going to only get like half of what you're saying probably. So that's one of the other reasons. I have a really hard time concentrating if there's not someone in front of me. So phone calls for me are anxiety ridden because it takes so much brain power and concentration for me to actually follow along with a conversation when I can't see the person. I have nothing to keep my, focus on. And so calls are very hard for me actually. I will go into, like when I go to the bank, I don't call the bank, I go into the bank. Um, it's just one of those things that drives Andrew crazy sometimes because he's like, just call them and you'll get the answer quicker. I'm like, no, I'll just run down. It's just down, it's just a few miles down. I'll go run in. Because I would rather talk to someone face to face because I have a very hard time on the phone. I don't know. It's one of those things with me. Hello, Laura Belkin is with us. Thank you for joining us. I almost never pick up a phone or a number when not in my phone book. When people call I don't know, they can leave a message. It's never an emergency. Exactly. If it's an emergency, you text me. That's how, like, for sure. And you text my phone, not Facebook, not Instagram. Text my phone. Linda says I have Google screening automatically if the number isn't programmed into my phone. Yep, that's good. Laura says, one of my phones is text only. I tell people flat out, I'm never ever answering. That's a good idea. I pretty much do the same thing. I just tell people, you are not going to get me on the phone, most likely. Now, certain people, like sometimes I know people who they don't text. They're not, tech savvy. And some people we know, have flip phones and they really can't. I used to text on a flip phone, but I don't expect them to. So I do have to pick up for them. But we even got my dad texting. And he's not a tech person, but he learned how to text, and that's how we talk too. And we hear more from each other this way. It just works out. Marion says, if you really want to talk to me, you should leave a message in most cases where I don't recognize the number. Exactly. Gen X are experts at screening calls. They just don't answer. That's right. We were told from the moment we grew up, my mom, of course, we would go home. We get off the bus from school and we go home and we would be home alone for hours. Hours. Both our parents are working. My dad was around. He was working day. My mom was working day. After I would turn 5 or so, she went from night shift to day. And so well, it was a little after that. Anyway, we come home. There's no one at home. We'd be home for hours by ourselves. Now, my brother and I, we lived out in the country, so sometimes we'd go bike riding. Sometimes we'd, go in the backyard and play. And there weren't many people around, so there was that. But we were told from a very young age, especially when we were home alone, Do not answer the door. If somebody comes to the door, you hide. We were specifically told that. If someone comes to the door, you hide where they can't see you in the windows. So, and to this day, I will be 100% honest. To this day, if someone comes knocking on our door and we don't know who it is, a lot of times we will be like the cats in the house and we will go running and hide. I do it. I'm like, I don't know who you are. I didn't expect you to come to my house. I should not be obliged to answer the door. So we still hide. And we were also told at a young age, if somebody calls, do not pick up the phone unless it's us. And my mom we had an answering machine with the tapes. Remember the tapes? We had the micro cassette tapes, the answering machine, and we would screen our calls. And my mom's like, if it's me calling, you can pick up, or your dad. But if it's anybody else, you just let it go, and the answering machine will get it. So from a very young age, as Gen X, that was instilled into us that you hide if somebody comes to the door, and you never pick up the phone. And so that's what we did. That's what I still do. Some things are hard to forget. Julie says, I hate talking on the phone anymore. One of my friends took it very personally, but it just takes too much time. It does. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. I'm one of those people. I think I'm a very nice person. Sometimes to the point to my own detriment. And I've had people talk on the phone, and I have a very hard time telling people I've got to go. Like, it shouldn't be an insult if you say, okay, I've got to go, I'll talk to you later. That should be fine. But that hurts some people's feelings, and then I feel bad about doing it. So then I stop doing it. And then I feel like I have to wait for the perfect lull in the conversation to say, okay, well, I really should get going now. And that's usually how it is. I probably should get going now. And then they keep going because you haven't said you definitely need to go, right? Some people don't take the hint. So for me, it's a very hard thing for me just to tell someone, okay, I got to go, bye. But some people do that really well. I'm not one of those people. So for me, not only does it take a long time on the phone, but if I really needed to go, I feel like the bad person telling somebody that I have to go. So then I feel bad about my call. No matter how good the call was, by the end of it, if it didn't naturally, we didn't part ways in time or when I needed to naturally, then I feel like a bad person that ended that call. It's my anxiety. Anne says, I don't answer my door if I didn't invite you. I'm not interested in the drop-in, right? Once my sister stopped by and she had to call me from the porch. I didn't know it was her. Yeah, we just don't do that. We keep seeing something there. I don't know what that was. Laura says, you might have a touch of auditory processing disorder or ADHD. One of the symptoms is not being able to process speech over the phone. I do believe, I've never been tested, and I've talked about this a lot on the lives before too. I think I have ADHD. I really do think I do. There's so much. The more that comes out about it, and the more that I read about it, and the way it can affect adults, and looking back at my past, I really do feel like I have it. And I've had people who are diagnosed, and they're like, yes, you have it. But I've never been diagnosed with it. But I do have a really hard time. Phones, very hard for me. I zone out after about 2 seconds and don't realize that I've zoned out until somebody's like, did you hear what I said? I'm like, no. Although I'm nice and like, oh yeah, try and make it up. And when I'm sitting in front of somebody, if we're in a very crowded place, I will hear everything around me except the person in front of me and what they're trying to tell me. Because I have a very hard time. What's the word? I have a very hard time. I don't know what that word. Selectively hearing or filtering, I guess is the word. I have a very hard time filtering, and so I will hear what those people are talking about, and I will hear what those people are talking about, and all of the stuff comes in at once. And when I'm trying to focus on one person, I'm still hearing everything. And that's oftentimes, my friends tell me, a symptom of having ADHD as well, is not being able to filter stuff like that. Let me see here. Oh, sorry. Apparently real far back. Let me trying to get to everything. Gen Z panic when the phone rings. Yes, there. That's so funny because it's so much a thing. When the phone rings, when like I have my phone does not ring. It does not ring. My phone goes directly to voicemail. I never see it ring unless you call twice in a certain amount of time. Then I have that turned on that it'll break through. But if I'm using my phone and a call comes in and I see it, or now at the top they tell me that there's a voicemail starting. They don't tell me the call happened, but they tell me the voicemail is starting. Um, I get that panic. It's like, and then I gotta wait for the voicemail. I'm like, is somebody gonna leave a voicemail? Am I gonna see who is this? Who is it? What are they gonna say? What am I gonna need? What do I need? And I get that panic, that the anxiety happens. And I do believe it happens from partially because we were told younger, to screen all your calls and it could be dangerous. And so now it happens. Michelle says, my son is Gen Z and he just ignores it. Well, anyway, Gen X. I'm Gen X, I guess. So I get the panic when the phone rings. And I'm Gen X, not Gen Z. Let's see here. Michelle says, we are a bit more friendly. Our friends and neighbors come by at any time. Yeah, I always thought I would love to have like an open door policy at the house. And if you had certain people like who are friends and all that, I would be more okay with that. Like if it were crafty people and they were coming over and they really didn't care what state the house was in because they're crafty and they're a little messy too, and then I wouldn't feel so bad. But you got to really know somebody well for me to feel comfortable like that. Donna says, that's exactly the way I am. My four-legged guard dog is the perfect doorbell. I live in the country now, so I don't ever answer my door unless I know you're coming, right? Yeah, we lived out in the country. And it says, OMG, the leaving behavior is difficult, right? Whether it's on the phone, whether it's in person. I have so many issues about like just telling people, and that's a self-worth thing, I think. I have a hard time putting myself first and being like, I need to go now, or it's time for me to go home and go to bed, or I need to leave this phone call because I need, and it also comes from, if I even sense somebody feels like they need to go, I'm like, okay, I should let you go now. Like, even if I get that any sense, even if they're like, we're talking in person and they like look away for a second, I'm like, oh, I should probably let you go. And they can either say yes or no. But when people don't do that back, it's very hard for me to set the boundary, be like, I need to go. So it's the sort of opposite with me and phones. There weren't home answering machines when I was young, and we always ran to the landline phone when it rang. The things I've had to unlearn. Yeah, I can see that too. When the phone rang, if you didn't get there, you missed that call, and it could have been an important call. You had no idea, because then you have the worry: did I just miss something important? Was somebody trying to get a hold of me, and it was very super important? And yeah, so I get that too. Marion says, one of my aunts had a hard time leaving. Yeah. Suzanne says, I answer if it's my doctor, vet, or pastor. Mostly, even they text, but sometimes they call. I can see that. Anne says, even though you are not a Midwesterner, you might enjoy Charlie Barron's The Midwest Goodbye skits. Probably. Because there's I've seen a lot of those on the memes on Facebook, and a lot of times they cross out Midwesterner and they put the Pennsylvania goodbye because it's pretty much the same thing. So I probably would like those. Lena says, I'm the opposite. I hate email. I am a talker. I have neither the time nor the patience to type out every thought in my head. Then people get offended and say I'm short, brusque, or rude in email. I can see that too. I would rather sit down and write an email over talking to somebody, for sure. But if I need to talk to somebody, it needs to be FaceTime or in person, because those are the options. If I have to call somebody, I get super panicked and anxious, and I have a really hard time, like, my thoughts don't come out because I'm so focused on trying to listen to them that I feel like I don't know how to talk anymore. It's very strange. see here. Where is it? Donna says, I don't have my home phone anymore, and somehow my daughter did something on my iPhone that if a number isn't in my phone, it won't ring, and usually it's a scam. Yep, totally. Totally. Did I just... Oh, wait here. Before answering machines, we dash to the phone because we'd all be sure it was for us. When it would be for the parents, we'd sigh and hope they wouldn't take long, right? It's true. It's true. Yeah, because we didn't have an answering machine for a while. And so, yeah, your friends would call after school after you just talk to them all day, and then they call, and you talk all day, all night, right? Laura says, I have both disorders. It says you could have both as well. Many people with ADHD also have auditory processing disorder of some sort. I believe it. I do believe it. Anne says, Lennis, people say I am short, brusque, and rude in person, in email, on the phone. I'm just task-oriented. Yeah, right? It's one of those things. It's one of those things. And it says, I have my ringer on loud, otherwise I never hear it. Yeah, my ringer is completely off all the time. My ringer is never on. I don't need to hear it. They'll leave a voicemail. Donna says, I don't have a home phone anymore. Oh, I said that one already. Sorry. I jumped to comments. Probably text and messenger too, says Lennis. For being rude and brusque, right? I don't know. It's all different ways of talking, right? Anne says, Amanda, I have my text alert noise up super loud and still manage to ignore it half the time. I'm just not a texter. I used to wear I got an Apple Watch because I didn't want any noises on my phone, and the Apple Watch gives you that gentle little to let you know that somebody has messaged you, and that was great. But then apps started taking advantage of all of that. So I would keep getting like vibrations all day for all different things. And, you know, some things you turn on notifications because they're important. But sometimes those important things are also the things that make me anxious. Like, you know, you turn on banking notifications because if something from your credit card company comes through, you want to see it, right? But sometimes they just send you nonsense, right? They send you, they're trying to give you another credit card, or they're trying to, you know, have you check this out or check that out, or do you need this, or do you need this kind of loan? And it just got to the point where so many notifications on my watch was making me more anxious than not at all. So I have not actually worn my Apple Watch in months, probably, because I went through a phase where I was getting so anxious from notifications. I pared down all my notifications on my phone, took most of them away. I'm slowly incorporating a few back in, but I've not actually put my watch on again because it was too much. Every time I'd look, there'd be that red dot telling me there was something waiting for me. And it was just like, I can't deal with this. Yeah, anyway. Amanda says, certain people can come by anytime. Others, I would do the hiding thing too. Yeah, we just don't, I mean, we're mainly not at our house. And when we're at our house, I think it's kind of one of those things that if we're at home, it's kind of that sacred time for us. So if we're out and about, I don't mind people. You know, if we're here at the cottage and people want to stop by, usually we don't have a problem with that. Usually people tell us though first, but we're pretty open that way. But at home, it's kind of like our time. Plus the cats get weirded out when people come over and all that. Suzanne says, we are painting the inside of our house. Do not drop in, right? That's especially one of those things. Michelle says, there are times when we have company at 2 a.m. Yeah, I think that could be fun. I've never had that. In college, a little bit, we had that in some of the houses I shared with people. But for the most part, we were very private at home. We're kind of private at home. And I kind of always wanted that kind of drop-in thing. But now as I get older, I feel like I'm getting out of that phase of possibly wanting that. I don't know. But it would be nice to have a group of friends that everybody felt good just dropping in here and there. I think that would be nice, but I would have to make sure those people really, didn't mind a craft explosion in the house. They would have to be like very okay with that. Sandra says, William, I don't know. Hello, Sandra, by the way. I don't know if you remember, but I purchased those rubies from Andrew a year ago. I just made a pair of ruby and diamond earrings with them. going to have to share them in your group. I'm trying to remember which rubies those were from Andrew a year ago. I can't think of which ones they were, but yeah, definitely. I want to see them. I definitely want to see them. Amanda says, I'd rather talk on the phone than text. No. I would rather text. The order it usually goes is email and or text. Either one is fine. Then if we absolutely must talk in some vocal way, a FaceTime or something where I can see your face, then I feel better. And then usually it's actually in person would be better before that. In person, then we'll go to the FaceTime, and then we'll go to actually talking on the phone. That's like the last ditch effort. If I'm absolutely can't convince you somehow otherwise to contact me, then we'll talk on the phone. Anne says, I can see that, Michelle, you and your husband are very friendly. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And I bet you have a good friends group, which is nice. Anne says, I don't really understand when the texting ends. How do you know when it is over? That's the thing. That is a thing. Sometimes I feel guilty if I don't continue the conversation, but for me, generally, I probably don't keep the conversation going as much as some other people. That's probably true. I tend to reply to people. I don't always start the conversation or always continue it probably that well. Which is probably why I don't have a huge friends group. But the friends that I do have and the friends that I have made are very much like me. And we can pick up at any point and no time has left, no time has been spent. And those are the people I like to be with because we don't criticize each other for not texting for a month or not being in touch for 2 months. And then all of a sudden you come back, there's no guilty feelings about, oh, I'm sorry I wasn't in touch. No, you just text, and when you see something funny or when you want to say hi or say I miss you, that's the kind of relationships I like. And if you can find that with people that it happens every day, that's great. But most of my friend relationships that are really good friends are people that can go a long time and we may not talk, but once we start talking again, it's like no time has gone by. But yeah, when does a text end? It pretty, maybe I'm more abrupt than I think. That's also a thing. Because, yeah. But you know what? I think the thing with a text for me is that it never necessarily ends. Like you talk about something, and then you go and do something else. And if you answer later, or if you answer a day from now, then you pick it up where it was. It's the one media that I don't always feel too bad about kind of waiting a day or two to reply. And sometimes I'll be like, oh, sorry, 3 days have passed. I meant to reply. But I think most people understand that with texting. And that's why I like it. There's less pressure. A phone call feels like a lot of pressure. Like you're under pressure. But a text, the way I text with my friends, there's no pressure. You can answer 3 days from now and we'll get back to the conversation then. Sandra didn't have answering machines either. Sue says exactly, there might have been an emergency I didn't need to know about, right? I get that. I totally get that. Sue says, Sandra, I'm not certain when home answering machines became common sometime in the 80s. Yeah, I think the late 80s we had them in our house. We didn't have a lot of money, but we had an answering machine probably the late 80s because I was still pretty young. So I would say probably 88, 89 when we got an answering machine, something like that. Donna says, Lennis, I'm exactly the same way. My mom used to joke when I was a teen that I was born with a phone in my hand. Amanda says, I spent hours talking on the phone when I was younger. I wanted my own phone line, but never got one. Parents settled for a phone in my room. We ended up with 2 phone lines. My mom felt it was better spent to have 2 phone lines because she felt that the internet could be valuable for working, for like research and things like that. And she wanted us to have it and get used to it, I think. So we ended up getting a second phone line in our house at one point, even though we didn't have a lot of money. but that was something my mom always invested in, things that she felt was valuable, and she would skimp for herself so that we would have things. So like no matter how little money we had, we always had good shoes, because my mom had problems with her feet at certain points, and she never wanted us to have that. So she always made sure we had good shoes for the school year. Um, and like the phone line, the internet, she wanted us to know, I guess she saw the internet was going to be something. She felt it was going to be something big. And she wanted to make sure that we got used to it and we had it. And so that was a thing. And, and also probably some of it was she probably knew that I was gay in a very small town, and that if it was helping me socialize with people like me, or find people that I wouldn't find around where I was. I'm guessing that was, I've never asked her, but I'm guessing that was part of it too, why we were allowed to have the internet. But yeah, that was a thing. I did have my own phone line for the internet, and it was a phone line you could use when the internet wasn't running. So, and I think at one point that was pretty much in my room. Anne says, I love FaceTime. That's the only way I talk to my family now. It's weird. My family, if we do call each other, we don't often FaceTime, but we rarely call each other. But if we do, it's usually just voice, which is weird because we all are kind of, we don't really like that. So I don't know why we don't FaceTime more, but I like FaceTime a lot. Vicky says, I'm an old English teacher and I start spiraling if I don't use correct grammar and punctuation. I have a hard time with that too. Being a language major, sometimes my text messages might seem a bit abrupt or brusque because they end with periods and like actual punctuation. I've gotten a little bit away from that. I've been trying to lighten up, but it's not always easy. Let's see here. Amanda says, remember phone trees to get timely, important information out. I was never a part of a phone tree, but I've heard of them, mostly from TV. Let's see here. Anne says, yes, kids today don't know what it's like to have a phone tree. Yeah, I did not. We didn't do that. Marion says, haha, Vicky, I always want to say my bad. What? It isn't even a sentence, let alone good grammar. They have group text now for important stuff, says Amanda, right? Yeah. Marion says, I'm usually asleep at 2, so do not, pretty much don't come over, right? Let's see here. Anne says, Sandra, I hope you do post the ruby and diamond earrings. It will be fun to see. Absolutely. Sandra says, the rubies were the entire necklace. They were chunks of rubies. Oh, I kind of remember that. Now. Amanda says, I've been made fun of for writing complete grammatically correct sentences via text. Apparently one isn't supposed to communicate that way, right? Yeah. I've tried to get out of that a little bit. Being busy helps. When you're sending the text and you're just like, done, send it. There might be mistakes in spelling and punctuation, but I gotta finish this now. So that helps. But it doesn't help that I mostly respond to text through my computer or my iPad. A lot of times I don't use my phone to text people back because a lot of times I'm at a desk working, whether it's here in shipping or at the store. I set up a little thing at the store on the table. And so most of the time I'm texting from a keyboard. And so it's really hard not to use appropriate grammar and all that. Sandra said, that's like email. How do you know when to stop? I can't because I go on and on with you. I go on and on. My emails, if you've ever gotten an email from me, most of the time that email could have been much shorter, but I always want to make sure it's going to come across okay and people aren't going to be upset, or you're going to understand what I'm saying, and not that I'm angry or not. The anxiety makes me second guess everything. So my emails get pretty long sometimes. And a lot of you probably would shorten my emails quite a bit, but texting should be generally short messages in most cases. Maybe for you, but not from me. My texts can get pretty long sometimes. But that's because that's how I mainly communicate. Let's see here. Oh, how far am I? There we are. Not too far. Marion says, with an entire year of just grammar, I find it difficult not to use it, right? Sandra says, I was always on the phone, and my mom would give me a gold stick pin, and I still have it. I was always on the phone. My mom gave me a gold stick pin. I don't know what that is, and I still have it. I had a bunch of stick pins back in the day. Wish I saw. What's a stick pin? Did I miss something? What is this? What is the stick pin talk? Kimberly says, I have to use punctuation. It's just who I am, right? Right? Hello, Anna. We're just getting through the talk. I'm just about ready to start things here. Kimberly says, I loved your email reply today. Good, because like I said, I have to look back and see what I said. I don't even remember how I replied. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, I always probably say too much. But especially for these, like when you all have questions about things, we want you to know how much we appreciate the things you do and all that, and the support you give us. And so I usually write more than maybe I think I need to. So I always hope they're not too long, because sometimes my emails to y'all get pretty long. But I always feel like if there's a question about an order, I want to give you the real reason it's happening. I don't, I could just say, we're going to get on that soon. But I always feel like I need to give you the reason that we're behind if we are, or the reason something is happening, or the reason something isn't happening. Some people, they just want, an easier answer. But I always feel like we owe that to you. So I always try to be very complete in my emails. So hopefully that doesn't make people, I guess you can always skim them, right? AG videos is the most I write anyone on the planet. I hope you appreciate it, says Lennis. We do. Thank you, Lennis, for all the comments. Thank you all for all of your comments. That was one of the things I talked with Kimberly about today. When you all comment on these videos, it helps keep things going. And it not only helps me know that you're all still out there and you're all, listening and engaging with us, but it helps me not think I'm just talking to myself, but it also helps you all get to know one another. It helps keep the flow of the conversation going. I just think it's so nice. So we appreciate that so much. Anne says, Lennis, I feel special. The stick pins went on the cow necks. Marianne's asking about stick pins too, right? Anna says, I talk too much when I'm nervous. That's a whole other thing. I usually don't. So this is a thing that happens to me a lot, and I think it's anxiety or ADHD based. I will be talking to someone and we're having a great conversation. Like there's no feeling either way that I can sense that somebody's feeling like I'm talking too much or I feel like they're talking too much. But I can be in the middle of a story and I will stop myself. I will tell myself that, hey, William, you're talking too much. You need to cut this short, or you need to get to the point. When no one else probably was thinking that. I probably hadn't even been talking for as long as I thought I was talking, but in my head, I limit myself, and then I get very self-conscious, and then I get very nervous that I really am taking too long, and I really am hogging the conversation, and then I cut it short, and usually my stories almost make no sense probably at that point, because I've tried to shorten the story so much that it's lost its effect. And so that's a thing. That's a thing I do. When I'm nervous, I probably would, like when I'm generally nervous, I probably don't talk much at all. I probably talk too little. But when I am talking and I get that way, then I try and shut myself up. It's such a weird thing. Sandra says, a stick pin is something you wear. I have to post about it. At the base of the telephone on one end and the other was a receiver. Huh. I don't know. Kira says, it wasn't long, but it was very kind and appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you too. Sandra says, "Hi, Ann. I never wore cow necks. I just wore it my shirt or sweater back in the day. I heard they are coming back." How do we get into the stick pin talk? I missed how we got into that. Because I was talking about phones. I don't know how the stick pin. I don't understand. I'm lost, y'all. I remember the phone and receiver pins. My stick pins were 80s, not as cute. So I was all fashioned with the cow and the pins. At least I thought so. I don't understand how these two things are going together. I think is my is my thing, because I didn't do that. Yep, I still have a couple stick pins that were my mom's and a lot of her brooches. Lenna says, "Ann, I got a compliment on your necklace today. The black and white one with pearls and tassel and painted bullet casing. Nice." Marion says, "I actually know what a stick pin is." I understand if it's like the stick pin. Like, I don't understand how it's relating to the phone conversation or phone calls, I guess. Anne says, "Lennis, thank you for telling me. That was fun to make." Michelle says, "I don't know what a stick pin is." Like, I understand like a stick pin. I've seen things like that, but I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing then. Y'all are gonna have to. You're gonna have to school me on that one. But anyway, I've been talking for a long time, and we should probably get to some of Andrew's things. So let's do that, y'all. Let's do that. I think we're finally at a point. Oh, Sandra's mom gave her a telephone stick pin. That makes sense. I thought somehow y'all were using the stick pins to like hold the phone cord, or I was like, what is happening with the stick pins? That makes sense now. Because I was like, she said a stick pin with a receiver went in. I'm like, does the cord go through it and does it hold it somehow? I was like, what is happening on here? That makes sense. That makes sense. I was just trying to, relate how that worked with the phone. The stick pin was because of the telephone it talks so much. So it looked like a telephone. That makes sense now. I was not getting that. I was like, why are people using stick pins to use the phone? Yeah, sometimes I'm going on very little sleep. And like I said, I woke up with a panic attack and hives this morning. It has not been the easiest day. So you're going to have to give me some leniency on that today. Says yes, ADHD, you're right? Okay, so we're going to do AN lots. For Andrew New is what we're going to do today. So AN1 is what we're going to start with. And I do have, Andrew's not over here, but we worked on some pricing and hopefully it's synced. There they are. Okay. So I know the pricing on these. Donna says, "Oh no, William, for the hives and all." Yeah, that was we talked about that a little bit earlier today on this live. Yeah, I woke up not so great waking up this morning, and it very early, much earlier than I needed to get up after we went to bed at I think we went to bed at 3:30 or 4 in the morning, and I think 8 o'clock. I think at 8 o'clock, a little before 8 o'clock or so, I woke up in a panic attack, and like I had just woken out of a nightmare, but I didn't have a nightmare. It was just a plain panic attack, and I had hives. My lip was swollen. It's not great. It was not great. And then I couldn't get back to sleep after that. And then when I finally did get back to sleep, my alarm went off, and so I snoozed it a few times. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to going home and having a nice meal of some chili and rice. I think we have chili and rice left. We had the pizza last night that my mom brought us for the fundraiser. So we had that last night. So we have chili left tonight. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully y'all will like some of these things. I'll hopefully do some invoicing tonight. And I think you're really going to like these. And hopefully we'll send some of these out into the world. And then I'll be able to relax tonight, have some food, maybe watch some TV, a nice episode of something. We did start watching Reacher I don't know if it's season 3 or whatever the latest season of Reacher is last night. So that was nice to do for a little bit. So hopefully we'll finish that and just relax. I would love to just relax a little bit tonight going into the weekend. Cindy says, hey Cindy, there's no sort of hear that, William, allergic reaction to something. I had, so I was saying, we have some like fake Pedialyte. It's like a no brand Pedialyte in our fridge from, I don't know what it was. When I was sick or when Andrew had gout at one point, we were trying to flush liquids. I can't remember what it was from, but the expiration was like this month, but it wasn't yet. So I used that to fill up my juice water because I forgot to buy juice. I bought juice today. But I used that, and I have not really drank that in a long time, and I only ever had a little bit of it. And I'm wondering if something about that, either it went off early, or it wasn't good for some reason, or it just didn't cooperate with me. But I drank a lot of that last night because the only other thing I had was the pizza, which should have been fine. Andrew made some cake, which there was nothing in the cake that should have been bad. And I just had my normal tea and stuff that I normally have at night to wind down. So I think it was that juice. And Michelle says it could have expired. Yeah, it didn't expire yet, but it could have gone early, or it could have, because it's real close to the expiration date. I was like, I'm just going to do this. It should be fine. Well, I don't think it was. Because I woke up with major hives, like big welts all over my neck and back, and my lip was swollen, and I had a panic attack. Woke up, and I always wake up somewhat anxious, but not like that. Like that was like heavy breathing. Before I even woke out, like fully opened my eyes and woke up, I was already breathing heavily. So yeah. Cindy says, yeah, maybe something spoiled too soon. Yeah. And I didn't put a lot in my water because I don't put a lot of juice in my water, but it could have been bad. So that was not great. So I'm looking forward to resting tonight. So let's look at some of Andrew's new things. I don't know if he's going to have more. He's been working over there. I don't know. Some of the stuff he was working on was pretty fine stuff. So I don't know how it's going, but we're going to at least show you this that he has, which is a good number of things. And then we're going to see if he has more stuff before that. That's all right. Before we end, then we'll do more. And if not, we'll call it a night. And he'll have more for us at some point in the future, in the next batch that he releases. I'm just taking it easy tonight. Michelle says, I did that before and ended up with pancreatitis 3 days in the hospital. What before? Expired stuff? You had the expired Pedialyte and that? Ooh, I gotta be careful then. I'm going to be... there was some left in there. I'm going to be throwing that out tonight. That's not staying. That's terrible. Pancreatitis. I've never had pancreatitis, but I hear it is terribly painful. Okay. Thought it was safe, but it wasn't. Oh, that's terrible. Front camera to the back camera. Down. There we go. There's the camera change. I don't know where that. Now, there it is. I'm gonna say, now where's the ruler? Okay, everyone. Okie dokley. Oakley dokley. Let's see here. Cindy, are you on? You're on YouTube. I don't know if our Instagram's going or not. I don't know. Hopefully the Instagram's still going. Anyway, let's see here. We're gonna do. You all know how to do this, right? If you want to purchase from this video, take down the lot number we give you. It's going to be an AN number for Andrew New tonight. Take down that lot number, put it in the subject line or the body of an email, and send that email to info@allegorygallery.com. Please send a new email every time. do not reply to an old email for reply to an old email to send a new email, because you probably will miss out. So just send a new email every time. And hopefully y'all like this stuff. The ones I'm going to start with, we still have a few ones that we have shown, I think, once before. So I'm going to show you those. This is you are live on Instagram. Okay, good. Thank you. And Cindy just checked too. Thank you so much. Y'all can go back over to YouTube now if you want. We don't get much on. These are easier to watch on YouTube and Facebook because the way the screen is. So these ones we've shown you once before. I'm going to show them one more time because I kind of can't believe they're still here. So I decided to add these in kind of myself, even though these are not Andrew new, but they may be new to some of you. They will definitely be new to some of you, for sure. So this is Enamel by Andrew. And these are kind of warrior creatures. This is like a warrior squirrel. See his little warrior wear. And they have Latin on the back. Don't ask me what the Latin. I used to know, but now I don't remember. Semper ad meliora. Semper ad meliora. Yeah, anyway, I don't remember what they all are. Let me look that one up. Always toward better things. Always toward better things is what that means. Susan says, yes, I have one of the warrior beasts. Yeah, some of you have these. Some of you have never seen these. And it says Squirrel Warrior, super cute, right? So there's one of these available, AN1. It's $48. It is all hand done by Andrew in enamel and some kind of painting technique. I wish he was here to tell you more about these, but he's still working on things. And Suzanne says, I love my warrior owl. Yeah, I'm glad y'all like these. So I think these are a really good price. These are the old prices. Things like this are not going to stay at this kind of price as he continues to create things like this. The prices will be going up, but I wanted to keep the old prices on these for y'all because we sold some of these at that $48 price, and I didn't want to just jack up the price on you. So for the moment, these ones are going to be that old price, AN1. Sandra says, so cute, right? And if you love owls, we have some warrior owls coming up too. We still have 2 warrior owls left. This is AN2, and these are 48. Here's the warrior owl, one of them in green. And see, some of these, that's another reason why they were not as much, because some of them, he was trying something new, and it worked well on some and not as well on others. SATEREAUDE. Dare to know. Dare to know is what that one says on the back. And they're signed and dated by Andrew. Dare to know, AN2. Oh, and I should measure these, right? These are about 1 3/4 by about 1 1/2, just a little under 1 1/2. So there's that one. And oops, what am I doing? AN3. Now this is one more of these, and then we're going to get into the new stuff. So far, both of these looks like they're still available. Let me look this one up while I'm here. do it. What's happening here? Sorry, my email just went crazy for some reason. Okay. This is Wisdom and Truth. Sapientia? I don't know how to pronounce Latin. Never took Latin in my life. Used to know some just from learning, but Sapienta e Veritas. Or Veritas, right? The V's were W. I remember that. My friend, one of my good friends, he was a math major in college, and he started taking Latin as well. And he told me that the V's were actually probably pronounced as W's. So Veni Vidi Vici was like Weni Widi Vici. Anyway, that's what I was told. AN3 is this owl, $48. These are the last three of these warrior creatures, I believe, that we have. They are $48 for y'all. One of each available.
How's it going?
Whoa, hey, scared me. Woo!
Whoa!
Gave me a jump start there. Snuck in on me. We're just getting started.
Okay.
I know.
What are you starting with?
We started with the warrior creatures from last year.
Okay.
Figured not a lot of people saw those.
New people definitely have.
No. And then now we're moving on to the new. We're going to start with the polymer, I think. So a lot of you saw Andrew made he made one polymer witch.
These are good luck friends.
Good luck, friends. They are not witches.
They could be witches. I don't know. You have to ask them.
You have to ask them. Anyway, he made something that looked like a witch one time, and that one was a witch. He made one of those, and we could have sold it like 50 times over. So
these ones, they're good luck friends.
These ones are meant to be good luck friends.
But what? But maybe you have to ask them.
But you have to ask them if they're witchy or not, right? So this is AN4, $36. Signed and dated by Andrew on the back. These are ornaments. They have a hook in the top, a bell in the top, and they're all handcrafted out of polymer. And they have the I just blanked. Mulberry silk. Kimberly says troll. Maybe you have to ask them.
They're a little bit trollish. A little bit Billikeny style.
They're all hand sculpted and hand painted. Everything's hand done. They're not used out of a mold.
Nope.
Every single one is different. We have a number of these available. So this is AN4, $36 only. We kept the price low on these. His ornaments are probably going to start going up in price come next ornament season, but...
Well, we saw the ones at that boat show in Baltimore.
Yes.
And they were $50 a piece, and she only sculpted minimally.
Yeah, the $50 ones were like, they were like this big. They were like that.
They're minimally sculpted.
They were like on an old clothespin. She did them, which was really cool.
Cute.
They were on an old clothespin, like the 2-part clothespin, and just the little top was sculpted, and that was like $50 to $75. This something like this probably would have been $100, $125. So Andrew's selling them for $36. So if you'd like one, now's the time to get them before the prices start to go up to what everyone else in the industry seems to be charging. Dale says precious. Kimberly says they are cool. Kim says so cool. Isn't that? Child of both a witch and a troll, right? says Marianne. Susie says, I love all of them. Thank you. All right, next one. AN5, $36. Dale says, love all my ornaments. St. Patrick's Happy Day leprechauns. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if you'll get them by then. I can try really hard if you need them by then. AN5, $36 is this one. This friend. Look at the detail in the faces. Uses beads for eyes. Those are beads. You might recognize some of those. Probably seen them from us. Dale says those eyes, right? They're beads. AN5. So I think that did I ask the question tonight what you all had for dinner? I don't think we did that tonight. What are you all having for dinner? Or did you all have for dinner? I don't know how we missed that conversation. That's like a staple conversation. We had some sandwiches from Sheets.
You know what I realized?
What?
We don't have the liver of sulfur here.
No, it's at home on the counter.
And the backup one is in the bathroom.
So none of them are here.
Because usually I have like an air with a spare.
Uh-huh.
But if we put it in our minds...
I was going to say, even if there's an old one around, we got a microwave maybe to be able to reactivate.
Sometimes I hide stuff. So
You do that, yes. Kimberly made jambalaya. Nice. That sounds delicious. Donna had leftovers. Michelle had no dinner yet, but snacked. What'd you snack on? We just had sheet sandwiches, and that was kind of a snack because they're pretty small. But it's going to get me from being hangry through the night.
Good.
Marion had chicken wings for lunch, dinner. Let's just say I ate. Did you have cheesies again? Did you have cheesies?
It's fine.
I know, right? I don't know why. Just say I ate. Or maybe you didn't eat anything. You just saying you did. Kimberly says, I wanted a date night, but hubby didn't want to, so he's been kissing up all night. I don't know what that means.
He's been kissing up.
Oh, he's okay. That makes sense.
If you do wrong, you have
to kiss up for it.
Fill the gas tank.
Andrew knew exactly what you meant.
Of course.
Susan had veggie burgers with fries for their main meal today. Cindy had popcorn, shrimp, and tuna cakes. That's awesome. This one is I love that tooth. That tooth.
Nobody likes them, it looks like.
I know, no, none of them is sold yet.
Oh well.
Wait, what's going on, y'all?
Maybe they're waiting for the mushroom fries.
Waiting to see them all? Maybe waiting to see them all. Maybe waiting to see them all. I know, that's the thing. Like, we had that other witch. Could have sold like 4 or 5 of them at least. No, lightly salted Pringles and Rice Krispie squares. That's good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't think I want to sell these until it's Tina then.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Okay.
It's going to make a short show.
That's all right. Lena's had sandwich, chips, and wine. Nice. Amanda got a pizza. It was really good. Awesome. There's this one. Look at her with her hair. I love these little hats you did. They look so good.
Those go with those mixes.
They do go. You had this mix sitting here. They go really well. You want to make a beaded chain for your ornament?
For a little body.
These are WQ35s.
Some of you seed bead people, maybe make a body out of it.
Right. Kimberly's taking her son to buy prom stuff tomorrow.
Is it prom time already?
Is it prom time already?
Isn't prom like almost near the end?
Mary says, I do have chicken Caesar salad I should have eaten. That's for tomorrow then. Maybe a late night snack. Maybe a late night. Salad's always a good late night snack. All right, AN8 is this one. I love this like bluey hair. I didn't give you the size on these really. These are about 3.5 inches by about 2.5 inches. And had peanut butter granola. That sounds good for me. I'm not 100% sure what day prom is, but it's usually early April for us.
Yeah, it seems early.
Marion says, but I don't eat after 5:30 usually. Oh.
Is it that intermittent fasting?
Maybe intermittent fasting stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna preview these.
Why? What? Let's...
I don't want to sell them until they're a peanut. But you can get a sneak peek.
Okay.
This is 24 karat gold.
Mm.
What? Do these look familiar? I tried to make them look like my New Day collages. Do y'all remember those? I made those at the start of the new year of last year after my dad died.
They look good.
Do the proms look annoying? Do the prongs look dumb? Like, do the proms look annoying? No. Do the prongs look annoying?
I don't think so.
I thought they looked kind of botanical.
I think they're cool.
But yeah. So we'll see. Cindy said they do look annoying.
Huh? I don't think she meant they look annoying.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe people
No.
feel real comfortable.
No. I don't believe that.
I don't know. Maybe.
They look organic, see? They look organic.
I don't know where you're
I
doing.
know.
Nobody likes my stuff tonight, so you know.
Don't talk like that.
It's all right. Y'all don't have to like everything I make. I don't.
Both floral and space Sputnik-like, says Lennis. They look like they could catch on a sweater.
Who said that?
Kimberly.
They probably could.
They're interesting for sure. Depends how large like how
open the weave
is.
I did make some of them stick up on purpose.
Anna likes them a lot.
I didn't want it to be flush.
Like buds on a branch, says Cindy. This is AN9, $36. Dale says, I like them. It's alternative, very organic. I have several of the ornaments. Dale says, I love your stuff, Andrew, but I'm broke.
It's okay. I'm broke too.
Right? AN10, $36. Sandra says, Andrew, be proud of your pieces. Kim says, I love the strange and unusual. You're not going to find these around anywhere else. These little good luck friends. AN10, $36. Each one of these has just one available. One of the creations. Each one is handcrafted, hand sculpted, hand painted, and hand finished. All right, and the last witch or good luck friend, AN11, is this one. So if you've been waiting to the end to pick, this is the last one. AN11. I love the noses on these. So good. AN11, $36. And AN11 sold. Thank you so much. Michelle says they're very cool. Love their faces. She looks kind and wise. I thought that one kind of reminded, the last one, I wanted to say, reminded me of like a teacher, I feel like. I don't know why, like an elementary school teacher. Yeah, I thought that too. Okay, AN12. AN12. $128. There's only one of these right now. I think he's going to work on, well, I don't know if he's going to work on any more of these, actually, to be honest, because this was very hard. So there's one of these available, and it's this enamel pendant set in the silver bezel. It's set on a ledge, so you get a little bit of a overlap in the back, but it is set in there because it's set on a tiny little ledge on there. Kimberly says, it reminded me of the kitchen witches my mom and grandma would make, right? Oops, I just realized I'm not here. Okay. So this is AN12, $128 is this enamel pendant that's sugar fired. So you get that sugar-like texture on the top. That kind of, no, it's not sugar. What's it called? Orange peel, I think, or sugar fire. Orange peel? Sugar fire. I think it's sugar, and then it goes to orange peel. I think this one's sugar fired. And so this is this little yellow, beautiful little bird, all hand done by Andrew in enamel. And then the bezel was created by Andrew as well. And I will tell you, this is so light for an enamel piece. Like, this could probably easily be an earring itself. It is so thin and light, even with the silver bezel. And this piece is approximately 1 3/8 inches by 2 1/4 inches. AN12, $128. And this is a really special piece, right? Norma says that's a beautiful bezel. So there it is. $128. Bezel set ready for you. AN12. All right. Cindy says, oh, that looks remarkable. Hopefully good remarks, right? Good remarks. Let's see here. All right. Now we get into some of the painted friends. AN13, of course, she says. AN13. We've got our painted mushroom friends. We'll start with this one. AN13, $64. Signed and dated on the back by Andrew. Mushroom friends. These are drilled, so they are pendants if you want to use them as such. And all hand painted and enameled by Andrew. AN13, $64. And this is just about 1.5 inches by about 2.25 inches. Then it says the cuteness, right? I think these are super cute. I have a feeling people are going to love these. I hope he keeps making them. AN13. I said, are you going to keep making more like this? He says, maybe. Maybe. All right. AN14. $64. Is this cute little mushroom friend? AN14. Look at the detail. These are all done on copper. Cindy says the orange peel texture is so cool looking, right? That takes so much care to go from the sugar to the orange peel before it goes completely flat and transparent. So the skill that it takes to make sure that that doesn't go glossy and completely transparent is definitely something that would make my anxiety creep up real quick. Because you leave that in the kiln for just a second or two too long and you lose that whole look and your piece changes completely and goes glossy. So that's AN14, $64. AN15 is this one. AN15, $64. Isn't that cool? I love that. All those beautiful colors. I don't know how he's doing this. I've not actually seen this technique yet. This is something he learned. And to get these colors with the enamel and out of the kiln and to be so vivid, y'all have watched his, well, many of you anyway, have watched him progress and how he's been trying to get colors that don't fade and that are rich coming out of the kiln. And these are amazing. He's finally got, I think, kind of, I don't want to speak for him, but it's kind of, I think, where he's been wanting to be with these so that he can really get his point across and get these characters, you know, really showing the way he wants them to and be painterly like. So this is about 2.25 inches by about 1.5 inches. AN15. Michelle says they look so animated, right? And that's always a big thing with his artwork. His artwork always looks like that. And he's had a hard time getting the enamel to kind of come out like that. So I love how these look. All right, AN16. Let's see. Let's grab this one. This friend. AN16, $64. These are super light. These are all hand cut by Andrew first. He hand cut the copper, then he laid down some counter enamel and some enamel, did his painting techniques, then did the clear sugar or orange peel fire in the kiln. Multiple. I make it sound really easy. If you knew the process it took to do all this. And says, I love the face on this blue one, right? Isn't he cute? He's cute with those white eyelashes. Super cute. Cindy says, Andrew is a real artist. I want these little new enamel fellows in a children's book. AN15 was a sunflower question mark. I have my eye on AN14. And these are all mushrooms. I think some of the mushrooms he made up, I forget what this one, I forget what that's called. I think that one has a name. Some of them are made up, that he made up, I think, kind of the mushroom, the fungi. But I think that's a star something, or I forget what they're called. They're all kinds of fungi. AN16, $64. Yeah, if you knew the process and how long it took, you would understand. These prices are actually, these are the deal prices for y'all. So he says, oh, okay, still a fun guy, right? Exactly. These are the good deal prices for y'all. All right. This one is AN17. AN17. This one has a fun little face, so jovial, so happy. That's what I love about these. They look so happy or so shocked. Like some of them look like they're just shocked. AN17. $64. Signed and dated on the back by Andrew. And this one, I didn't measure the other one. If you want measurements, let me know. These are about 2¼ inches by about 1½. Marianne says, I think AN14 could be a sunflower. What? I guess it could be. Okay, now I can see it. It just doesn't, yeah, I could see that. I was like, how is this a sunflower? But I see it. I just turned it the certain way. I was like, oh yeah, there it is, sunflower. But it's not. It can be whatever you want it to be. If it's yours, you can make it whatever you want. Dominion says, how long have you guys been selling your art and how did you get started? Andrew has been selling his art since, well, I know he's been selling it at least since he's been in college. He used to have collectors in New York City that collected his artwork, large scale pieces that he used to do for like tens of thousands of dollars. And so he's been selling art since then. He still has collectors, of course. Some of you are some of his collectors. But he has not sold a piece of $10,000 or more dollars since I've known him. But he used to do that in college. And he also used to make like polymer clay sculptures when he was young, and he would put them in a store growing up. It was one of his first things he made and sold, and he didn't realize stores took commission, so he'd only get half the money and wonder why, and then they had to teach him about commission and how that works. But he has been selling things, his artwork, for a very long time. And so he just kind of, now me, I just started selling my artwork recently, my pottery and stuff, but he's been doing it for a long time. Marianne says, considering I thought the chanterelle could be a squash blossom. Well, that I could see that too. I could definitely see that too. All right. AN18 is $64. And it is this one. This one looks a little bit shocked. Like you either told him something he didn't need to know, or told him something very surprising. This is one of my favorite ones, this one right here. AN18, $64. Hand enameled, hand cut, metal, hand enameled, hand painted, and then enameled again to that sugar fire. I think it's sugar fire. I don't think it quite looks like an orange peel yet. And this one, AN18, is 2¼ inches by 1 3/8 approximately. AN18. All right. And then we have AN19. And that's the last one of these have. After this, I'll have to see if Andrew has more he has to show you or not, or if this may be the last one of the night. Let's find out. This is AN19. There you go. There's that squash blossom, right? Chanterelle. AN19. Beautiful little happy face. Ooh, 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 ooh. It wants to be your friend. Super cute. $64. AN19. And says the visual texture looks so 3D. I know. They look so 3D, and yet they're so thin. Like, he's made these could easily be earrings. You know, some enamel is pretty thick. Andrew has managed to get these very, very thin. Amy says, where are the mycology club people at, right? Exactly. So that's AN19, and that one has sold. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And one moment, let me check and see if he's got anything more, or if that's going to be it for tonight. I will be right back, everybody. Okay, y'all, he does have more. He does have more. They will be over here in just a little bit. So what I'm going to do is, while he's doing that and getting that ready, I'm going to lay these all out for y'all to see kind of together for the little fungi friends that we still have here. And that way, with their papers, maybe, come on. And then these also, probably tomorrow, I will work on putting these into the online store. So you all are getting first dibs if you'd like any of these for tonight. Dominion says, I love how there's such a variety with AG. Yes, we like to be varied, right? We like a variety. Life is more fun with variety. Like I said, You know, we are about beads and stuff, but this is kind of one of the directions we'll be more heading into the handmade items and the kind of these kind of jewelry items, right? They're still jewelry items, but more finished items. Don't they all look pretty dang amazing when they're all laid out? They're so cute. So cute. So there's AN12. That's this one. That's bezel set in silver. That's, I believe, a sterling silver, I'm guessing. Sterling silver on that. I don't know if it's fine or sterling. I'm guessing he did the bezel in sterling. Could be fine silver, but it's at least sterling silver. And then this is AN13. AN14. AN15. Right, so I think the mycologists are planning their next foraging trip. AN16. AN17. AN18. Means these could be nice for a kid's room, like as a wall decor or in a mobile. They could maybe, they are metal, so you want to be careful with something like a mobile or mobile, however y'all say it. Mobile, we've had this discussion before too. Mobile, or mobile. Because they are metal. Some of the edges, they're not really sharp, but for a small child, probably not great. If it was far enough away, probably fine. And 15, Dale says this one is her favorite, right? I like that one a lot. I think my favorite, though, I don't know. I love this one because I love the face. Mobile, says Marianne. I think. Or mobile. That looks like mobile. That's kind of how I tend to say mobile. Then I catch myself because I'm not sure how everyone else says that. Pretty with a sun catcher. Yes, they would be great with a sun catcher, like as a dangle for the sun catcher. Yeah, these are glass and metal, pretty much. Glass and metal. So it's glass. If you don't know it, some people may not know what enamel is. I just realized that. So each piece is cut out of copper, and then a powdered glass is put on there in layers and melted down in a kiln at very high temperatures to create a surface. And then he does some magic stuff that I have not even seen yet, exactly how he does it, but they are painted on there like watercolors, and then a top coat of a clear is put on, and depending on how long you fire that clear is whether it goes sugar coat, orange peel, or to a clear glossy. I've been trying to describe your process without ever having seen how these are actually painted.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Ooh, how much are these ones?
What do you think?
I don't know what they took. I like those. Okay. All right. Got a deal coming on these. Let me.
Oh, somebody got something?
Yeah, somebody grabbed this one, the Chanterelle, and someone grabbed this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was worried that this would be the first time we had a show that nobody bought a single thing.
He was starting to get concerned.
I was like, yeah, I might as well just
He says, give up. He's going to give up.
go and
For Andrew.
Learn how to dig ditches. I don't know.
Learn how to dig ditches. I don't think we have to dig yet, hopefully. All right. Let me put these away. I've got a few more pieces to show you. So what do y'all think of the mushrooms? I'd like to hear comments. What do you think of them? What's everybody thinking? Do you like these? Do you not like these? Not your style? Is it your style? Get some feedback on these. Some nice feedback, right? You always have nice feedback. And they're really nice and cute as the dickens. Oh, good. Donna says, love all of the mushrooms. Oh, good. I'm glad. I just ran out of paper. Let me go get more paper. I'll be right back. Wow, you can tell I'm a little out of it. I went over for paper, and I grabbed the scissors, which I also needed, and I started back without bringing the paper. That's where my mind is. Let's see here. Michelle says, OMG, Andrew, sell these to a cartoonist and get them made into a book. I love the mushrooms. They are cute and quirky, says Anna. Very innovative. I like them, says Suzanne. Oh, good. Heck, Andrew can write and illustrate a book. Yes, he's talked about that before. I don't know if you know, his sister, Sheila, has illustrated a children's book. She didn't write it, but she was doing illustration for one. Which I don't know if we're allowed to say, but I don't think anybody who's involved in that is going to watch us. Community says maybe wall decals for kids' rooms. That'd be fun, right? Andrew always comes up with great creatures and characters, I think. Very whimsical. Love them. They would be a pendant. They would be a pendant I would keep because I wouldn't be able to set price to resell. Yeah, these are more collector's items than things that you're you're collecting someone's art, kind of at this price, and that's what it is. You're collecting someone's art for yourself, or to give as a gift. I think these are still priced well as a nice gift for somebody that you really like. It's got to be somebody you like, right? But I think they are priced well for gifts. And this is use the Cricut machine to make some stickers. I know, I need to do that.
And these ones, did you tell them of these ones?
No, I didn't get there yet. I'm cutting papers.
Okay.
We're just chatting, asking them how they like them. Everybody likes them. Some people are saying, though, they couldn't resell them at that price point. I said, these are collectors. These are collectors' things. I think of the chanterelle as a squash blossom, but I do like mushrooms. Took a mushroom identification course once, but not really confident about going out to pick them. We only pick ones that we're very confident about. AN20. And these are, I love these. This is like what I was trying to do with the powder coat on these.
These ones, they're done by rolling out. So first we anneal the metal so it's nice and soft. And then we roll it through the rolling mill with a texture sheet. And then it's cleaned. And then the back enamel is added. And then the front enamel is added. And these ones I tried to get kind of an opalescence. So they're a little bit milky.
You know, I don't know what you did on these. These are nice.
Thanks. But I was gonna add something on top, but then I kind of just like the pattern.
Yeah, these are really nice. Like the way the light hits the.
And these are not done like that. I should back up. So there's this product called P1, which is kind of like a black glaze. It's an oil-based glaze and it gets everywhere. So I painted that on and then I wiped it off.
I was wondering how you got that kind of smoky quartz look almost. These would be this would be beautiful with that some of that smoky quartz we've been selling.
Yeah, and some of them they're a little bit different. So some of them are a little bit more pink, some of them are a little bit more gold, but it's real subtle.
So this is AN20. What's this one?
And then if you're on our Patreon, I'll post kind of the process shots. I think I took process shots.
You think you did?
Yeah, but this is kind of new territory.
Yeah, and these are definitely, this is a good price for these kind of things that if you do want to resell, this is more of like the possible resell. It'd be higher, but you're also putting in an enameled designer component, an artisan enameled component in your piece. So you got to consider that. But that also should make the price of your piece higher, right? Oh, we just sold 12. What was 12? Ooh, thank you so much. 12 was the bezeled bird. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right. And Andrew, I'm sure, really will be happy when he hears that. He's always nervous when he has to price things at like what they really should be, which is what we're trying to work with him more. We're both trying to work on that and price things at what they should be. You know, we always want to give people deals and always be super, but it also is us undervaluing ourselves, especially him. I see him undervalue his work and his stuff a lot. And so, yeah, I've been trying to talk him into, you know, upping the prices a little, and going to that show is a good, you know, kick in the pants, as they say, to really, you know, because his work should stand with, I mean, it stands up equally to all that other work out there, I think. Now, there are some people that know techniques more, but the way he experiments and the way he does things, I think they deserve to be a higher price. Anne says that's a great price for handmade. I think so too. Marianne says, lucky bird found a home. Yes, it did. I pay that for Gardan beads, right? Anne Gardan. Her stuff is beautiful too. Beautiful, beautiful. Of course, if it's your thing, you're buying them because they're collector pieces, right? Cindy says, oh, and the dimension in 20 and 21. Also agree with the comments about character being decal and book worthy. Children's book author on the side, LOL. I think he would love to do that. I just don't think we have the time for that. So, you know, you gotta, things, can't do it all. I wish we could do it all. Someday, right? There's still time. We're still here. We're still kicking. I would love to see Andrew write a book, though. I think he'd write a really good book. What's the back of 21? All of the backs of these are his signature with his, he usually always, unless it's too hard or there's not enough room, he always does his eye and then the date, 2025. All of these have that. This is 22. This is a very kind of golden one. AN22. You sold the bezeled bird.
Oh. I was going to say who got that. Well, thank you.
AN22. I love this one. This is that gold color.
Yeah. Did you go through them already?
No, I have these yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we brought more. More on the way. I like these a lot.
That's kind of like short order cook.
Short order cook. 20 has sold. Thank you so much. I'm going to pull that one right now. Oh, that somebody who just got the 20. That so far I think is one of my very favorites. I love that pattern. I love that pattern. Thank you. I got to go get bags. Boy, I'm just like out of everything today. I'll be right back. Okay, I got some bags. I don't know if I got enough. He's like he said, he's like a short order cook. He keeps bringing out new things, new things. Okay. All right. So that was 22. Oh, and by the way, these are all about 1¼ inches. 1¼ inches. All right. So y'all can see that. These, I believe, are stamped out. He stamps these out. These aren't the hand-cut ones. The hand-cut ones usually are a little more expensive, but to save some time and save some money on the other end of things, sometimes he stamps out the circles. So these should all be the same size, 1¼ inches. Cindy's jealous of the person who got A and 20. You beat me to it. It happens sometimes, right? Cindy, I should have these up at the store probably tomorrow if you wanted to stop in and see any in person. They're beautiful in person. I don't know how they're coming across. This one and the one before it have a little bit more of that opalescent look to it. You can kind of see it right around in here. But this is a beautiful kind of floral design. It reminds me of like, I don't know, like the little daisies out in the weeds. We grew up with fields around our house. So it's kind of, these are maybe like thistles? I don't know. I don't know what they are exactly, but it's a beautiful pattern. Kimberly says, oh, this one is botanical. Yep. That one's a botanical. AN 23. Marianne says, sometimes you need to be quick, Cindy, right? Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. And 23 just sold. Thank you so much. This one's got some of that opalescent through here. I don't know why my light is so far away. There. Now you can maybe actually see. I don't know why my light was, I didn't even realize it was so far away. Let's get some light on these. Sometimes the light is too much though, but there we go. So he says, oh, definitely like the little purple and white flowers. It says, haha, indeed, Marianne. Yeah, the little white and purple flowers. What are they? What are those called? Asters? Maybe asters? I don't know. Here's another one of those kind of Aztec-y designs. And this time in the gold color, or more of a gold color. That's AN 24. And again, signed and dated on the back. AN 25. This is one of my favorite pressings to the design, this kind of honeycomb beehive design. And this one has a little bit of kind of like a green opalescence right there, but it also turns a little, you see the purple, the kind of the red purple in there. Marianne says, love AN24 too, but budget is used up. Sigh. I know, right? I get it. We were just appreciative of all these, especially this is kind of a new series, new line for Andrew, and new pricing structure, and we're so thankful that people are supporting it. It's always, if as an artist, it's always scary, period, to price your own work. It's scary just to put your own work out there, but then especially when you're like changing things up a little bit and trying to shift directions just a little in some ways. Like I said, we're still always going to have the things that we, price points it all over, but he's trying to make things that are a little bit on the higher end of the scale, just to, because we don't cater to that very often. And it's kind of a clientele that we don't have, and I think sometimes it would be good for him to be seen that way. Sandra says, good night all, I'm going to bed, still not feeling well. Send me some good energy. Yeah, hopefully you feel better. Hopefully you feel better. Get some rest. I know I need to get some rest for sure. I love this design. It's like, to me, it looks like fireworks. What's it look like to you? Signed and dated on the back by Andrew. And this is another one of those that is that kind of black that he was talking about, and I think would look banging with some smoky quartz. I don't know if I have, let me see if I have, I bet I can find some smoky quartz pretty quick. I thought I was going to fail at that, but I did find some. Look at this. Look at that with some smoky quartz. I love it. And 26 and whoops. Whoa!
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Thank you. And AN26 has sold. Thank you so much. All right. AN27, $22. Oh, Marianne's going to say goodnight too. Good night, Marianne. Try some pale amethyst with that. Yes, fireworks, says Anne. This is pretty. Fireworks is good. Or moss spores. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, I should have tried pale amethyst. That would have been good. We'll see. Might get more of that. I love this one too. This is really pretty. This almost looks green. Almost is like a green. You see the green? I love that pattern in there. Oh, excuse me. Oh, this is AN 27. AN 28. How y'all doing out there? I see people are going away. Our numbers are starting to fall a little bit, and we've been on for a while. Not our longest though. It's not our longest yet. Here's another one of these kind of fireworks, but this time in more of a golden color. With that opalescent, you can see some of the red. I can see some of the red in there. I like how that changes colors. AN 28. $22. Looks like I'm going to have a lot of things to take pictures of. I didn't know he had all this ready. Or coming out the ready. AN 29. $22 each. Got a busy day tomorrow, so I have to get some sleep soon, says Susan. I know, people are getting ready for bed. AN 29. AN 29. $22. What you got?
And the folks from the Patreon may recognize these.
Oh.
I decided to part with them.
Okay. What are we pricing these?
The same as the Warrior ones.
Okay.
And if you're interested, Contemporary Craft has asked me to teach a drawing on enamel class.
Oh yeah?
So I'll have more details coming up pretty soon. I just have to wait to see if one of my funding for one of my classes goes through or not. If it goes through, then I'll have to change the dates. But we've been talking about that and going on, thinking about that. And then there's two other classes they want me to teach.
You're going to be so busy.
Decals on enamel and the mold making class again.
Oh, that's right, yeah. That's awesome.
So keep your eyes peeled for that.
Well, I'll make sure to send out an email again when we get those dates and everything. So make sure you join our email list if you're not already there. We talked about that earlier today, how important it is to sign up for email lists of the businesses you like the most. I like this opalescent stuff. It's so pretty. How it partially obscures, but then has this slight color change. AN 30. AN 31, and that's the last one of these that I have of this one, of this type, and then we'll go into the three that he just said, if you're on the Patreon, you know about, and he's decided to part with them. AN 31, $22. I like this pattern. And I love how they're so thin, but there's like a 3D quality to these. There really is. Multi-dimensional quality to those. All right. AN 32. These are going to be $48. this one. These are ones he did previously, but he's never released these to the public. He was going to keep them, but he's releasing them tonight. And they've got that orange peel texture. You can see the orange peel. Looks like the orange peel of an orange. AN32. These are a little bit bigger. So these are about 1.5 inches. There's that one. And then I'm going to put these all out together so you can see them. 33. We have AN33 is this one.
And these ones are more orange peel. I don't know if people will like this or not, but I think it's pretty fun.
Okay, how much are those? Oh, same as these, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
And I have never seen anybody do this kind of technique before. The reason, or the way that I came about this was I was reading a book that took place kind of in the Regency era. Those Naomi Novkov books about the Tema Air books, the dragons. And it takes place during kind of the Napoleonic Wars. And as I was reading about that, it's even though it's historical fiction, real fiction, kind of speculative fiction, because there's dragons and the war efforts. They talk about the blockades, which were actually a real thing, and the blockades they caused graphite not to be exported from England. So, in order for them to kind of extend the life of the graphite that they had, they mixed it with the clay soil that they had on hand. And it was the beginning of what are called Conti crowns. And so, if you are on the Patreon, I talk more about this and how I came to figure that out. And then not everything works in drawing on enameling. And sometimes things burn out, so you have to be real careful. This is kind of more of a subtle color palette. Like some of my other things are like real hard lines and like black and white. And these are a little bit more kind of a little bit more smoky and a little bit more subtle.
Yeah, I like these a lot.
And part of that is from the shading, and then part of it is also from stuff burning off. So, and every time you put it in the kiln, you lose a little bit of it. So, you know, it's an interesting medium for sure.
It's kind of ghostly like. I like it.
Yeah. I don't know if people would like these or not, but I thought I would put them out there, make the show a little bit more robust. I have some bigger pieces, but I don't know how I feel about them. I can show you all, and if y'all like them, then I can sell them, but if not, then I'm going to try to rework them a little bit.
Okay, let's see them. I'm excited to see them. I love this bunny. I love the bunny. I love the cat. I love the owl. I like all of these. I like this woman. Bunny is so charming, says Anna, right? And like I said, I love how these are kind of almost ghostly impressions. Like they're not in your face, and there's something that, like I think you could get a lot of subtle detail when you pair these with things to pull out some of these colors very subtly. I think it could be really, really pretty.
All right, so Um, these ones, so they kind of look like Christmas colors, I see in hindsight. But
Do you want me to show them with labels or not?
just show them and then let them decide, because so this is one of the more successful ones, I think. This is with the sugar fire on top, so it's got that texture. Now, so I was kind of thinking of bandanas, and there's a thing called hanky code, which is for the gays. If you don't know what that is, it basically they would put the handkerchiefs in their back pocket, and depending how it was folded and what color it was, it meant all kinds of secret signals. Not to reveal all the secrets of the gays, but that's part of the history.
Kimberly says, "Oh, I love this."
So I was inspired by those like kind of botanical white on red motifs. This one, the white kind of burned out, but I kind of like it. It's kind of almost makes a paint. But I was thinking about going back over and popping some of the white back out.
And if any of y'all are interested in any of these, we can give them numbers. If you want, just call it out.
But I might rework that one, and then maybe rework this one.
This one maybe, yeah.
Because this one's supposed to be an iris.
I can tell it is, but
it's kind of faint.
Yeah, I kind of like that though. I don't know.
Now these are the ones that are full gloss. They don't have the shiny, or they don't have the sugar fire.
Amy says, "Oh, like that different colored loofahs in the older communities."
I don't know about that.
Never heard that.
Kimberly
says, "Yes, I want the iris."
Like that?
Like this, or do you want it with white over it?
Like, do you want it more like this one?
Do you want it more like this one, or do you like it as it is?
Because I don't really like it the way that it is. So, it will take me about 10 minutes to finish that. Because I'm just going to trace some of the lines. So that's what it looks like without the sugar fire.
When it goes all the way.
And well, so all of them were like this, and then the sugar fire is put on as a top coat.
If Andrew thinks he needs to make it better, I can wait.
Okay. Well, you don't have to wait long. So these ones.
What is the price for these, by the way?
I think maybe. Let me think. Maybe 24.
24?
Yeah.
That's a wildly good price. Lily of the Valley, asked Lennis.
No, it's kind of it's like a bluebell.
And this is Love the Bellflower design. So these are going to be, you said 24?
Yeah. So those ones, that's, if I sugar fire them, sometimes they go white. Sometimes they go high.
So far, people are what? So Kimberly says, she wants this one. Set that aside.
Yeah, but hand it to me, because I'm not.
Oh yeah, you've got to add to it.
So I was kind of playing around.
I love how these dots at the end pop out in the light. Like it's that where you start the pen, or like start the brush.
That's what that is.
Look how cool that is as a background.
I was trying to find some of my materials and I couldn't find them. So I wanted the gold to be more gold, but so and I want to do great big pieces, and I actually need to read up on what the different codes mean, because it's going to be interesting.
Right.
There's an artist that I discovered through my mentor. His name is Fred Ball, and he wrote a book about enameling. And unfortunately, before he could finish the book, he was beaten to death outside of his studio.
Oh, jeez.
And so his mom had to finish the book. And so I think if he had lived, he would have been more of a voice, more prominent of a voice. Because, he didn't get to promote the book the way he wanted to.
Right.
And he does these things with copper foil, and which I had never really seen before, and with a liquid enamel, and it almost looks like fabric. And so I was thinking about making some things in that, and
once the hanky one, this one.
that one's done.
That one's done. So, and it's going to be that one, AN32, and I'll reserve that for you. I'll just write your name on it now.
Didn't get into fight.
Anna says that was my first favorite too.
So do you like the glossy or the sugar fire? Because I kind of like both, and I'm torn about which one to pursue.
You know I like glossy, but I'm actually really into this sugar fire.
And so, yeah.
33.
I'll go and.
So I'm gonna give these all just papers and numbers. If you all want them. Whoa! Wait! Am I not allowed?
So I don't know about
get
this one.
You don't know about that one?
I might fill in the flowers and make them like more white.
Oh. I'm loving this sugar fire. It's so neat and different. Gorgeous work, Andrew. Just amazing. With the metallic hash pattern, I like the glossy. I agree with that, Linus.
Yeah, I think that the gloss. Yeah, when it gets when the sugar fire goes on, it turns kind of like a gray.
So you don't want this one to go up.
No. And
These
maybe
ones,
not this one either.
Those are the two I really like.
Those
are like my favorites.
I was gonna make it more. I don't know. Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, let me get some bag. Oh wait, here's some. Let me put these ones away, and then I'm just going to give these ones papers, and if you all like them, you can claim them in the email. Okay. What am I doing here? I messed up that number. Oh. I had these out. So I was at 37. So that's AN38 for Anne. AN38. That's easy to change. Okay. AN39, $24. Okay, here's that one. I think, was it Anna asked any more colors? I think right now that's all he's got. I think at the moment. AN41. This one. I think that's one of my very favorite ones. Oh, let me take this banner away so you can see them. Yeah, I think this is one of my favorites. I love that hash, those hash marks, and I love that flower. I actually really like the other one. He took that away though, so maybe he'll come back with it filled in. I don't know. He's gonna fill in those white flowers, that oval one with all the green, with all the white little flowers. So there are those, and then he's working on that one. Kimberly, did you want that one for sure that you called out. I guess you will probably wait to see it, but I can just put your name on it immediately too if you would like, since you called it first. Usually we don't do comments, but you were called it out. It says yes. Okay, so let me, this is going to be A, and I'm going to call that one 43 and 24. I'll put your name on that when it comes out, but I'll show it to you first just to make sure. And if you don't want it, we'll pass it on to anybody else who might want it. And if anybody wants any of these, they are now up for grabs as well. 39. This one's really pretty. I love how this almost looks etched. That's what I like about the ones that don't have the white, because to me it looks like it's been etched, like the glass has been like almost sandblasted. Let's see here. The bluebells are very pretty, says Anne. That one just sold. This one, 41. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's really pretty too. That's really pretty. So that one is sold. I'm going to set that one off to the side and take that off the table, so to speak. I just love that one. That one might have to be mine if it doesn't sell. He always tells me he can make me another, but I might have to take it. Don't tell him, but I might have to take it. I think it's so cool. Anna says, did I get the bluebells? Yes. Yes, you did, Anna. You got it. This one's cool too. It's kind of almost like an etch again. Green is your color. I know. Red and green are both my colors, so I love these. He's like, oh, they look kind of Christmassy. And I said, does that matter? It doesn't matter. It only looks Christmassy because we're putting them together. If this were just by itself, you wouldn't even think that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. And if this were by itself, definitely I don't think. You just think spring. That's just like a little spring flower. And this one's kind of darker. That kind of burgundy, Bordeaux kind of color. And this is cool. Only thing better would have been a bluebells one, right? You never know it's going to come up. I love the bright red flower too. This one, yeah. I love how this looks like it's been sandblasted in, and it's not. Susan says, do so, William. That one has your name on it. We'll see. We'll see. You know, I always like to give things a chance to sell first. And it says, blue is my favorite color. And it says, yes, right? I like that. This one's cool too. I don't quite know what flower that is. Some kind of star shape. Is that a, no, what was I gonna say? Like a, nightshade or something. I don't know. I feel like I know that flower, but I can't think of it right now. So he's just got a few more, I think, in the kiln. And then I don't know, who knows what he's coming out with. He might come out with a bunch more. Like a tiger lily with shorter petals. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Some kind of star flower. I like it though. Oh, so y'all have plans for the weekend? I know some of you said you have a big day tomorrow. What's going on with y'all? Who's coming to visit me at the store tomorrow? Cindy, you coming to visit? Are you around, Cindy? Are you still here, Cindy? Anna says, yes, with the thorny spikes, it looks like midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, right? Anna says, I'm cleaning out my fridge. Super fun. You know what? That's not fun at all. Maybe it is for some people, but it is so necessary sometimes, right? Like, how does that stuff get on the glass in the fridge shelf? Like, how does that actually happen? Because you're just putting like actual, like, we don't eat meat, so we're not getting like the bloody, you know, containers from the butcher or anything. And most of our stuff is just glass containers that we pack stuff in. How does the stuff get on the shelves? And how do you end up, like, we barely buy, like, we buy groceries, but we mostly buy groceries for a day or two. So we don't have a lot that goes to waste. Um, but it's amazing how much you end up still throwing out, right? It's so weird. And it says, although I think my informed delivery said I'm getting a package from AG, so that will be fun. Oh, yes. I hope it comes through okay. Because you're getting, I think, a nice package. And thank you for all your support too. There will be more to come as well, more to come, but nice package went out for you. Susan has a pilot meeting in the morning, then a lecture on Zen Buddhism in the afternoon. Well, that's a nice, I don't know what pilot is. What is pilot? Is that something I should know? But the lecture on Zen Buddhism would be nice. I took a class in that in college a long time ago now, and I really enjoyed it. Kimberly says, I don't have anything coming from AG yet. Excited for when it does come through. It will be coming soon. I'm working on a lot right now. I'm working on a table full of packages for people. I'm very excited to get them out to y'all. Hopefully everybody likes everything. Unfortunately, we had a package mishap through the mail. It was like, we rarely have issues on packages, and today I found out we did, which was sad, but not too much that couldn't be replaced was damaged, thankfully. So everything, you know, if that's if that's the way it has to happen, then that's actually the best thing. It was all stuff that we make, so it's all stuff that can be pretty easily replaced, thankfully. All right. Yeah, my weekend, I'm going to be at the store. I'm probably going to check in with my brother a few times. My mom at one point was talking about coming over. We still have that tree that fell here that almost hit the porch, but didn't, thank goodness. It's still down because it's been too cold and snowy and ugly to cut it down. But my mom and dad are talking about bringing the chainsaw down here sometime, maybe next Tuesday. I don't know. I think they said. So that's kind of planned tentatively for next week. And then this weekend, though, I'm going to be at the store. Hopefully some people will come up. I had 2 nice people come in today, which was really good to see. New people who had never been in before. They're like, I keep walking past here, or I keep driving past here and have never stopped in. So that was nice. We had good conversations. I talked with both of them for quite a while. And it makes the day go faster. The day definitely went faster today. So I'm hoping more people will come in this weekend and maybe hang out and make some stuff even. We'll see. But I think I'm going to try and relax at home. And by relax, it probably means adding stuff to the online store. But at least that's not... I'll get pictures during the day. That's usually what I try to do, is get pictures during the day in the good light. And then I'll probably start posting things later. And then I might work on a D-stash this weekend. I might do a D-stash this weekend. So stay tuned. Keep an eye on the Andrew Thornton Project D-stash. Andrew Thornton Project D-stash group on Facebook. I'll be adding what I'll probably be mostly working on is adding what is left from the Tucson show in there. So if there's anything you missed or didn't see, it'll be a good opportunity to check those out. Susan says, pilot is payments in lieu of taxes. Our local university doesn't pay property taxes, resulting in higher property taxes for residents. This is an institution with an endowment of 15 billion plus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's an important meeting to attend, I would say. I would say that's an important meeting to attend. Kimberly says, updating the online store sounds fun. You know, I don't know. I do, I'm torn on it because I really like taking the pictures and trying to get the best pictures for the online store, but also my anxiety and maybe possible ADHD kicks in, and I'm never sure if the pictures are good enough or if they're accurate. And not like I try and make sure the colors are accurate. And sometimes I even take videos of each one of the pieces to show it in motion. But then I always worry that the videos aren't going to be good enough. Like I fight myself. Like I would love to know what it's like for a quote unquote normal person who just takes pictures and posts them. Just take a picture, post it online, not worry about if somebody's going to comment about that color isn't exactly right, even though we put a disclaimer because all screens are different, right? Everyone sees something different on their screen. All eyes are different. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, is this close enough? Does this resemble this enough? Is anyone going to be mad that this doesn't quite look exactly like this if it doesn't on their screen? I envy people who can just do their work, right? Just take a picture, put the picture up, write a description, send it out into the world. In me, it's constantly kind of double checking myself all the time and triple checking and critiquing my work internally at all moments and at every every step of the way. So it says every time the university buys property, that property comes off the tax rolls. So tax increases for homeowners or service cuts are both possibilities. Wow. I don't know if that's how that works around here, but that does not sound fair at all. I mean, I'm sure they say that the university bolsters, all that tourism and economy and all that, but that's really not fair to the residents, I think, the homeowners there. Property tax is quite an interesting thing. We have property tax, of course, here, and our property tax, I don't know if it's the same way, but our property taxes go to help our public schools here in Pennsylvania. And I don't know, I've always been torn as whether people who don't have kids should be forced to support the school system, or people who are retired should still be forced to support all of that. I mean, I know it's good for the kids. It's good, higher education is good for everybody, as long as it's the education that you are hoping that the people are getting, which is a whole other thing, right? But I'm always torn because it is a good thing that everybody prospers when there's more education. At the same point, if you don't have kids, should you have to support the school system? I don't know. And that's kind of like that. Like, I understand they're probably saying the school brings in a lot of money and tourism and the businesses have money spent at them and all that, but you're still paying taxes and more taxes and more taxes. And while you may have a robust economy, is that worth it for the people? I don't know. This is because the university is a nonprofit institution. Interesting. Anybody else doing anything fun this weekend? I wish I could say I was doing something super fun. I have some friends who want to meet up I haven't seen in a while. Annie, who, if you remember, we did a felting class. We did a felting class when we were in our Ligonier location, and she taught it. And I haven't seen her pretty much since we moved the store, I think. So she messaged the other day and said that she wanted to hang out and get together and just catch up. So at some point, I hope to do that, but I don't know if it'll be this weekend. Lena says, yes, I want educated, informed citizens. I think homeschooling and religious schools should not be allowed, public schools only. Yeah, I'm torn on the homeschooling part of that. I don't know. I have seen how like my nephew does homeschooling, because he's in so many sports that if he had to go by a normal school schedule, he would be unable to do those. And while that's not, well, I shouldn't say it's not as important as schooling, because some people, that's how they make their living, if you're lucky enough to get into that. But yeah, I don't know. Homeschooling, I see how it's helped. Well, his is really remote schooling. It's not homeschooling. His parents aren't doing it. It's a remote setup program from the school where he can take school. So it's kind of like school from home instead of work from home. It's kind of like school from home. Instead of the difference between remote working and work from home, there's kind of a difference. And I think, I don't know, but yes, I definitely want educated, informed citizens, as long as that education is the education that I hope the kids are getting, right? There's a lot of talk going on about a lot of different things changing, and I definitely not sure that some of the talk, if it got passed, I would want my tax money going for that kind of education. And it says education keeps kids out of trouble, lowers crime rates, etc., and I get it, but I'm still willing to pay more taxes so we are all better off. School choice is always some form of segregation, whether by class, color, religion, etc. We should all be educated together the same. Yeah, you know, if we didn't have private schools and everything was public, I bet the public schools would be much more well funded. If everybody was forced to get the same education, I 100% bet that there would be some more money being thrown at education, like there should be, to support that. But I heard the alarm going off, so hopefully we're getting down to, and we'll be bringing things over for the last bit of this. I know we've been going a long time. Thank y'all who've hung out for us, or with us, and for us. But I am definitely getting ready to be going home soon, I hope. Let me go check on him. I'll be right back. All right, he's got about 1 or 2 minutes left, I think, on this last one in the kiln, and then he should be over to deliver the goods. Oh, yeah, I wish I had something exciting about this weekend that I was gonna, but I'm kind of glad it's not. You ever have one of those times you're just like glad to be glad to not have something on the schedule? That's how I kind of feel. That's how I kind of feel. Is there anything anyone wants to see over again? Just to ask that question too. Is there anything you wanted to take a second look at while we're here and waiting on the last pieces to come out? Let me know in the comments. No? Nobody? Nothing? Let me start putting this together. We have this one here. And I'm going to find bags. These. So I know to let Andrew know we are looking for blue colors. We're looking for blue next time. Anybody else have any color requests? We'll see if we can get him to work that way. Susan says, sometimes just a day with the hubs, the cats, a good book or movie, and a nice meal makes for a great weekend. You're telling me. That's how I like to spend it. I'm missing my cats right now. They're probably missing me too because they didn't get their dinner yet. And this says, I took screenshots for later. Nice. So this is AN26. You want to see AN26 again? Let me find that. Where is that? Da, da, da. Is AN26. That's a nice one. That's those fireworks. All right. And up close again. Anybody else have anything they want to see? Anything else? Revisit any of the series? Any particular ones you've been thinking about, want to see for last minute before I take these to take pictures of and put online tomorrow? Like chrysanthemums. Yeah, that actually, yeah. Yeah, that's actually good too, right? So I was thinking they're either fireworks or flowers, but I was trying to think what kind of flower. But definitely they could, yep, I could see that. Lena says, I missed AN19. Talking to Anna. AN19. That one's still available? Oh, that one got taken. You totally missed it, you mean? Yes. That one got bought up. AN19. All right. Oh, you didn't see it? Oh. We missed it entirely. AN19. What's that one? That one's already sold though. Somebody grabbed that one. Grabbed that one right up. And that would be pretty with kunzite. Which one? The 26? That one is so lovely. Which one? The 19? The mushroom? Which one, Kimberly? They're all lovely, I think. Lena says, good, glad people love them. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the only one of the mushrooms, though, that did sell. It's the only one of the mushrooms that sold. I'm surprised about that because I thought people would have grabbed those up more, but they are still available. Most of the mushrooms, all but that one, still available. And I'll be getting pictures of those tomorrow. Most likely. I got to do the pins, the acrylic pins, but I'll probably prioritize these over the acrylic pins to get his art up on the website. Although that's all his art, so really, Lena says, I love 3 of the mushrooms, but get paid Wednesday. Well, we know you. You've lived with us at least for a few days. You can claim stuff, and we'll make that work. Don't feel like you can't. And that goes for a lot of you out there. If you need to hold, I will always invoice you all right away, because that just gets it out of my head. Because I am so busy that if I don't do it right away, it will, in my mind, it will be forgotten, and then you'll be like, William, I've been waiting 6 months for this invoice, And I'll be like, oh, sorry about that. So I try and invoice right away. But if you need to take some time sometimes, but you want to make sure that you secure them down, just let me know. We can't always do it, but if we know you pretty well and you have a good history with us, we tend to try to work things out like that for you. If we can, if we're in a position to be able to, right? I'd rather them go to people that we know and that we like and that support us, than take the time to put them online and you know do all that work when I can just give them to people, well, sell them to people, but you know what I mean, to people we actually like and know. So yeah, don't ever hesitate. If you've been with us for a little while and you're like, well, I need like a few days before I can pay that invoice, just let us know. As long as we know, you will always get reminders on the invoices because the reminders are automatic. They're built into the invoicing, and I can change each one individually, but I'm not going to do that. So the invoices give reminders out on a basis that's set automatically, universally for all invoices. So you will get reminders, but if you've already talked to us, you can just ignore those until the set time limit whenever we've discussed it. So we don't mind. We don't mind doing that. Anna says, I think they will sell. I think so too. I mean, I hope so, because those mushrooms are so dang cute. Yeah, yeah. I think once they're seen by, um, people who love that kind of stuff. Not everyone loves that kind of cutesy character kind of thing, but when they find their people, everything finds its home. Everything finds its home in time, and that's what we like. That's what we like to see. Let me put these ones away. We're getting some numbers are going up and down. I don't know if it's new people out there. If you're new, please let us know. We've been going live for the last almost 4 hours, so thank you all for hanging out with us. I'm going to put these in bags, and Andrew's taking a little bit longer. I'm going to show you, in case we have new people out there, I hear the timer going off very quickly, so I think he's getting down to the redoing or doing some of the sugar fire, because it can't be in very long for that process. And his little alarm is going off quite often over there. So I think that's what he's getting to. But let me show you. Let's show you some of these again. Although these are glossy, so they might be a little harder to see. With the light. But this one is still available. And I didn't have the good light on here when these first came out, so that's probably also a good thing to re-show these. I think I changed the light in the middle of doing these. Lena says he's been working hard, he's getting the timing down good. Yes, he is. I didn't even know he was working on these. I did something like this, trying to use patinas and I think I showed y'all, and patinas and the powder coating. I don't know if it's still here. I don't know what I did with my pendant. It was here for a little while, but he did a really good job on these. Look at that opalescent when you turn it to the real side. You see that flat, those greens. But on this side, there's hardly any. It's so cool. Oh, I hear him coming.
I might have to redo it.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Sometimes whenever I try to get sugar fire, it doesn't want to do it.
Oh,
But this one turned out really good.
yeah, it did. Okay, let me pack these back up real quick. I've been just doing these in the meantime.
And then I worked on an experiment in the meantime where I was waiting for stuff to cool down. I think it turned out pretty cool. I just have to work on the design a little bit. We are not talking to them.
Oh, I just thought you were talking about it. Put these away. Where am I at here? These came out between here.
I was like, no wonder why nobody's watching.
No, I've been talking the whole time. My throat was getting.
Don't drink that.
I almost did. I reached for it at one point. I was like, oh.
You're reaching for the acetone.
Yeah.
So
this
so
is
tired of being around me.
no, because I've hardly had anything to drink yesterday and barely drank today. I'm dehydrated. Okay, Kimberly's here. Okay, Kimberly, it was this one, right?
It didn't go full sugar though. It's more like in between orange peel and glossy.
Do you like this as it is?
I think it looks better.
I like it a lot.
But the problem is I can't keep adding layers of clear on top because it's going to get too thick.
Yeah. So if you like this, it's yours since you had asked for it. If you don't like it, that's okay. We'll send it to someone else. Let us know, Kimberly.
I can try to do more sugar fire, but the thing is every time you put it in the kiln, it's like you roll in
Susan
the dice.
says that's gorgeous. Kimberly says, I love it. Okay.
Oh, good.
So that is for you. Susan, thank you for staying here. I know you said you were possibly going soon.
Do the way I'm going to do the edges. And then there's two more.
Okay, so that was AN44.
And I can show you the experiment I worked on.
AN45. There, you ended up on an even number, or at least an odd even number. Kimberly, if you would email, yeah, please do. That was 43 for you, because Andrew's going to take it over to do the edges. I just want to make sure I don't get lost while I'm doing the spreadsheet.
If you don't send email, it's like it never happened.
Yeah, I did one for Ann over here though. I got that.
Is she sending email?
Not for that one. Susan says, I'm so afraid of missing something. I know, right? Look at this one. Okay, I liked these flowers before, but you're right. These needed to be colored in. So
I think the way that
I also like how it got darker. It was a brighter green, right?
Maybe.
I feel like it was.
But the thing that happened was I'm playing with the firing temperatures of some of these, and sometimes not on purpose. And it's almost like the petals of like a snowdrop after it rains.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting. Now this one I probably could work on 45. I could probably work on it again.
I like that.
Like make the center more defined.
And says, oh, I love that one. So painterly 44, right? Isn't that pretty?
It kind of reminds me of
I thought I liked it before, but you were right.
Andy Warhol.
I have to say you were right on that one.
And then this is the experiment.
Here's the experiment. Ooh. Oh, we just sold 44 as well. Thank you so much.
So I end up with a bunch of little holes left over from punching the metal. And so what I do is I hammer them real flat. And that's actually pieces of metal that are embedded in the glass.
These.
That's
That's really cool.
And then I put a little bit of the pink on top, but I probably should have done the gold.
Michelle says, "Oh, I love that."
So that's something that I'm gonna play around with and experiment with. But
Kimberly says, "OMG, that is amazing."
I'm not 100% on this yet. So
you can't have it, anybody.
No.
44 tried to sell again. Sorry. Anna says, "Did I get 44?" You did not get 44, Anna. Someone else got it. Someone else got to it first. But 45 still available. That beautiful.
I tried to put gold in it, but it didn't work out that
And
great.
it says, "I love that. Using the waste makes it more special."
Yeah, and I was thinking of ways of making it more shiny. So I have to play around with that.
Kimberly says, "Well, I'm in when or if you change your mind on selling it."
Yeah, I think are people interested in that kind of large size? Because it is
Yeah, this is. It is. It's still pretty light. You kept it pretty light. I mean, it's heavier, but it's 2 inches.
I mean, it's not that. I mean, I would think of this more of an ornament than.
I'd wear that as a pendant.
I mean, it depends what kind of flavor you like.
Yeah, I like that as a pendant. Lena says, yes. We know Lena likes the big beads.
So I'm going to work on some of those maybe this weekend and figure out the secrets.
Figure out the secrets.
Because it's every time you work with like a new size or new shape, the firing time changes just a little bit. And so that's kind of why some of those ones didn't sugar fire, they went over. Because like when I was trying to sugar fire them earlier, it took 1.5 minutes. And then I put it in for 1 minute and it went to orange peel. So it's just, you never.
Yeah.
But
I told them, I said, his alarm is going off much more often over there. He must be working on the finishing touch.
Mm-hmm. So I've been experimenting. The thing is that the more copper and stuff that you add to the surface of it, it changes the coefficient of expansion. So that gets tricksy.
Yeah, Instagram after 4 hours. Shut down.
It's 4 hours?
Yep.
All right. I can tell you're cooked.
Me? Yeah. I didn't sleep well. And I was telling him waking up in a panic attack and hives didn't start my day off great.
Perfect.
I know. Kimberly says it's a focal definitely into the chunky. Yes. Yeah, but it's also not, because it's so like we haven't done the edges yet, but it's also very thin. But it's just, and it's actually not that heavy for as much glass and metal as in that. It's actually pretty light.
I'm still playing around with it, so
there'll be more layers.
No more.
No.
But I don't know if I'm gonna. I kind of want to take the black paint and go around and take out the outer leaf or outer petal layer.
Oh, and just have the pointy petals.
And this in between.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be a cleaner design.
I could see that.
And then also, I just sprinkled the pink on the top, so.
I think that looks good, though.
Maybe.
Oh, you're beeping over there.
That's probably killing.
That's been 4 hours too. That's usually when it goes off, right?
So I was thinking of doing hellebores like this.
That's because when I just saw that, I was like, is that a hellebore?
I think what I'm going to try to do is do these little dots like throughout, and then make those pink or that kind of berry color, and then do like a bright gold in the middle.
Kimberly says, I love it as it is, but the artist always knows best.
I mean, I'm not afraid to sell stuff. So.
You're not selling that.
Maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
If somebody likes it, I'm that way. I'm like, I'm pleased the person. If they like it, But I also know when something's not exactly the way you want it, it's hard to put it out with your name into the world.
I'll just take my name off. No. You mean it's not terrible? It's just very, very
Lenna's
new.
just said you could have already sold that.
I know. It's just very, very new. So that's why I'll just make another one.
You just got to put it in the drawer for a few months.
I know, and then
then
be like,
oh
my gosh.
why didn't I sell that when I could have?
That's like the drawings.
I know.
All right, you can sell that one.
How much?
That one's bigger.
I know.
So...
And this has to be 46. He's like, oh no, I got to make 4 more now.
No.
He's like, no.
How much were these ones? Maybe. How much do you think?
I was thinking.
Maybe 28, since it's a prototype.
28, because I was thinking 32 for when they're.
And it's like when I figure out all the kinks.
Yeah, and if they're pretty quick.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm still
sold.
Getting the
Getting the groove.
Yeah, because I was thinking about making those into like little berries and like little berry clusters, or like what I can do with it. And then I also want to try the golden clear on top in the copper, and then see if it will go like bright gold.
Kimberly says, yes, sir.
So.
All right, let me flip this camera around. Andrew's going to run now.
I'm tired.
Me too.
And I'm basically wearing pajamas, so I'm not going to be going on camera.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, everybody, for getting stuff. I was a little bit concerned for a second.
It's always concerning when you put stuff out and you're like, are people going to like it? Are they going to hate it? What's going to happen? Anybody going to buy anything?
And stuff didn't work out, too. So that's
always...
There's always
like if that would have worked out, they would have all sold.
No, maybe not. I don't know. But sometimes when I'm making stuff, things don't work out. Yeah. And like I was gonna put those one pendants on for sale.
The liver of sulfur.
We have the liver of sulfur.
I think they're gonna look cool with the liver of sulfur on them.
I think it will be like a real dark line because it's all kind of bright right now, and then the dark line will kind of like it'll almost be like a frame. Yeah. I think it'd look better with gold, of course.
Kimberly says, now if you get those to me before the make along, I'll make something with it. All right. I bet I can do that. I bet I can.
Oh, give them to me. The ones I just...
this one here. Keep them in at least with that one. Well, they emailed too, so that's not so much. But there's that one. There's that one.
I have to do the edges.
I can run the edges if you want.
I don't like that. I like to just have it be done.
That's what I mean. I can do them all at once together.
But these ones are done, aren't they?
I don't think any of these are done.
Yeah, these ones are done.
This one isn't.
This
one isn't.
All the new ones.
These ones are pretty good. These need
the little ones are done.
These need to, yeah, this one needs cleaned up. But I'm gonna get pictures of them tomorrow too.
There's one more missing.
Which one?
Over. You're right.
Oh. This one?
Basically, just give me all the big ones.
Yeah. Those ones are done.
But you can say goodbye to the people, so it's not just like they're looking at your kids.
All right, everyone. Have a great night. See y'all. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday. Thanks for hanging out.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.